Hello. Welcome to the Euro friendly stream. It's funny because it's like I'm actually in East Asia, and I'm much more friendly to like Japan or something, or Taiwan. But and I do have people coming in from there, but obviously just a lot more from Europe. Um, and so I am joined here today with by Alex. Alex is living in London right now, and he is one of the editors on the fanfic. So thank you for all of your work on helping with that.
Well, it's a pleasure, really.
Yeah, I mean, I hope it's fun for people. I sometimes I feel bad like how much work goes into it. Um, I mean, granted, a lot of work comes from me too, but like you know, it's I hope it's fun and rewarding. Just to see like
Definitely. Like
how
the
things
thought
go.
process, seeing people's yours obviously, but just seeing all the different thought processes that go into it really gives you a better appreciation for the text that we're not like adapting but extrapolating from.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
and it's funny, because there's like six or seven of us, and it's like there's always something I miss, and or something if somebody else misses, and it's amazing that it's like somebody usually catches it. Though when we did the Elaine sample chapter, we all missed that who was hand at the time, and I had to go back and fix that. But
Hmm.
because it was Kevin being regent, like, but usually there's like little errors like that I that I'm happy
Hmm.
that people are catching, because I'm just like, oh my god, how did I blank on that?
Yeah.
Um,
If I could just correct one thing though, not London, but just outside Edinburgh, Scotland. So
oh, you're in
wrong capital.
Scotland.
Yes, I am. I know I don't sound it, but I am Scottish.
Yeah, I assumed because of London time, but yes.
No, for sure, for sure.
Oh, so you're
Um,
you're you're in Scotland. The
yes,
well, that is quite different. I mean,
yeah, we like to think so. It's a kind of a toss up between whether we're represented by the North or represented by Beyond the Wall, and begrudgingly, I do think it is Beyond the Wall. If the wall's meant to be Hadrian, we just
hmm.
don't really get an allegory in Westeros, but we're fine with that. The free folk
um
are pretty cool.
let me ask you, with these small countries, and I don't mean small in the sense that Scotland's not really small, but at the same time, like, it's small in the sense that the pop culture impact is limited to a few
Mm,
things, and so like obviously everybody asks you about like train spotting, and like what
yeah,
does train spotting like mean to Scotland, and how does it affect people? um
yeah. I think a big part of Scottish pop culture, like separate from the media that's explicitly Scottish, is like the actors we produce who almost hide their accents and sound English. Like the big one is probably David Tennant.
mm,
Of like he was in Doctor Who, he's in like the Marvel TV show I can't remember as like Kilgrave, and he's always got a pretty pronounced English accent.
yeah.
And it's only in stuff like Broadchurch where he can let it out, let his like native Scottish accent out. And I think that's
Hmm.
weirdly one of Scotland's bigger pop culture things of people going, "Oh, they're Scottish," similar to like what's his name, the guy in Good Omens, Michael Sheen, going, "Oh, he's Welsh. That's nice." He
Yeah.
really doesn't sound it. Just
there
stuff like
there
that a
there
lot.
there's also this weird and almost subconscious decision that a lot of people make, and actors and musicians make, about genre and what accent they ought to be putting on. Like if you're doing
Yeah,
Shakespeare theater, you feel like you ought to be putting on a certain accent. Um, if you're doing like punk rock, you should be trying to put on this like weird faux British accent. If you're doing pop music,
yeah,
you should feel like you're putting on an American accent. So like the Spice
yeah,
Girls put on American accents when they sing, um, pop music, but like American punk bands will try to put on like weird whiny British accents when they're like trying to sing punk and things like that. And so I do wonder, like, if it's with Tennant, if it's just like he naturally falls into that because it's like, well, I'm in this, like, he probably did stage and things like that. If he's just like, well, I have to put on
Mm.
my stage accent or something. Um, or
Yeah, it's also since he's in English TV and or theater,
mm,
English is the default and Scottish is a character aspect. Like you have Scottish characters where you have English, well, yeah, default. And so if he was going
yeah,
like even in Broadchurch, he uses a Scottish accent, and I believe the character coming from Scotland and being in this weird English small town,
mm.
it's explicitly part of the text that he's Scottish, and that's why he's allowed to use his Scottish accent. But we're
That
not bitter about it
yeah,
or anything.
that's almost frustrating and annoying that Scottish guy is a is a stock character. And then like, you know,
Definitely.
like because we were actually Carmine and I were just talking about Kate Dickie and like how she went back, she used her legit Scottish accent in Loki, and we're all kind of like blown back because we
Mm,
just knew her as Lysa Tully with her English
yeah.
accent, and you know it comes off as a completely different kind of character, you know.
Yeah. That is interesting. Huh.
Yeah, yeah. I don't know if you've seen Loki, but
No, no, I've not. I've obviously heard good things, but that's
yeah.
interesting.
But obviously, in
Yeah.
because she had a brief appearance in Star Wars, and she, you know, was obviously in Game of Thrones, and she put on her
Hmm.
English accent for that. But you know,
Yeah.
weird stuff. But one of the things we were going to talk about, Alex hit me up and
Yes.
was like, I've been thinking about Quentyn being Theon, and obviously, like Quentyn is not Theon. Literally, we're talking like metaphorically,
You're on
thematically.
his Dario, that kind of
Yes,
thing.
yes, you're Ontario. Like literally
Quentin is
the
Theon.
same. But thematically, and it's something I didn't think about until you mentioned it. And the minute you mentioned it, I was like, boom, boom, boom. Like all the parallels came up, and I was like,
Hmm.
oh my God, you're right. Like before you even like outline, because you're like, let me explain. And I was like, nah, I think I get it. Like now, like all the similarities come, and I'm like, I didn't see it before, but oh my God. Um,
And
and
like,
I'm
I
not,
agree that it's obviously thematic is the big thing, but the plot points, like, I
yeah,
don't know how much you want to distinguish theme from plot, but like the underestimated kid going off to try and prove himself and failing miserably and losing himself, that could be like either a plot summary or various themes
right.
altogether. But there's so many plot, like proper story beats that appear in both. It's so
It is
weird,
so
so
weird,
weirdly mirrored.
like because it is. I mean, just off the top of my head, you've got it's two guys roughly the same age. Theon's a
Mm,
year or two older, but they're roughly the
mm,
same age. They're both warded away from their father, and therefore have some insecurity about living up to daddy's expectations. And
the sister who's more significant and like ingrained
yeah,
in their native culture than he is.
yeah, yeah. Like, and because they've been warded somewhere else, they have insecurity about being authentically, uh, uh, having the authentic like ethnicity, right, of the
Hmm.
location. Um, and they're also have an old. They both have an older sister who
Hmm.
who is his has been set up by the ruler to take over, and thus there's
Hmm.
tension between the son and the older sister. I mean, slight difference in Quentyn in the sense that Quentyn never thinks about it, and it's like largely like
Yeah.
imagined in Arianne's mind, while like Theon definitely has like major problems with Asha, you know. But nonetheless, there's this
Yes.
like weird sibling rivalry with the older sister. Um, then there's like having a weird gallivanting uncle who is
Who's
like,
like Oberyn the master poisoner and Euron's gifts are poison. Like they're both dark
yeah,
exiles who like the
have traveled the
tempestuous
world.
relationship with the patriarch
Yeah,
father. Yeah, traveled the world and then have now returned to do something really significant, except Oberyn's thing was die, but
right.
still.
um,
Shake up the status quo.
yeah, and then this idea that they, in order to prove um, their worth to their estranged daddies, they go off on these adventures to do something quite glorious. Theon trying to capture the North, and Quentyn trying to get Dany. And they both fail.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and so naturally, if we're thinking like taking it a step further, if one accepts Quentyn is alive, you have them then become both
Mm-hmm.
physically uh, marred and become tortured and have to go through some sort of odd rebirth or whatever.
Mm-hmm. But like with that rebirth having been foreshadowed with the changing of identities that both princes have gone through, like Quentyn becoming a four-letter pejorative nicknamed servant named Frog, who's the squire to the big man,
Mm.
and Reek becoming this four-letter pejorative servant Reek to Ramsay, who's this big man. Like as Ramsay's this big hulking guy. Uh, like just stuff like that where that's where I kind of think it goes beyond theme into literal plot summaries seem to be getting, I don't want to say recycled because that sounds like George isn't thinking about it. I do think he is, but just
Yeah.
stuff like that. And like
Yeah.
switching sides, becoming turncoats, giving up your honor to survive, the infiltration of the big castle that is central to this, like the Marine or Winterfell, under false pretenses. It's yeah,
Both
yeah.
of them had expectations of marrying their warder's daughter. All
Mm-hmm.
sorts of little stuff. Like Theon thought he was going to marry Sansa, and
Yeah.
Quentyn thinks he's going to marry Gwyneth. Or um, the Glytis says Oberyn would never throw Doran off a bridge. No,
Well, neither
this is
would
the
Euron. In fairness, neither would Euron. Apparently, it was not by his hand, so that's fine
that's
then.
that's true. That's true. I mean, that's the one thing is that Doran is still alive. And I mean, I personally don't. I don't know. I personally don't. Am suspicious if Euron actually killed killed Balon, but I think it's a very
Mm.
very kind of fishy situation. It probably is one of those situations where George wrote some mystery boxes and he's just like, I've given myself an out if I want to change this, and then who knows,
Mm.
that kind
For
of thing.
sure, for sure. But
Which is
like, I'm good for Quentyn and Theon to be the thing that we focus on because I know you love Quentyn and Theon is arguably one of the best characters in the series. But in the kind of story summary I sent you, the one story of two narratives where I like try and
mm,
tell it without any specific names, I did sort of go into Dany Jane Poole parallels, and I
mm.
don't know if you felt that those were as convincing as the Quentyn and Theon stuff. But if it is, it does have a lot of implications for who Dany really might be.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, these are these things that as well. Like once you go like very far, because if I would say like why are these parallels like set there, and it's like, well,
Mm-hmm.
one, you could be like George Lucas where he's really just looking for everything to rhyme and doing
Yeah, like
the
poetry.
circle of life kind of thing, which Ice and Fire is about. Like, don't get me wrong.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, like I've been talking with Carmine about how we need to do a special roundtable podcast about the similarities between George Lucas and George R. R. Martin, because there's
Oh.
actually like an insane number of similarities, and it's a long discussion
Hmm.
about the two. I mean, just being nearly the same age and being obsessed with Vietnam and all sorts of stuff, but like and watching the exact same media. Like they pay homage to the exact same things, like Frankenstein and Forbidden Planet. They love the exact same things. Um,
Huh.
but obviously they were. I'm going on a tangent, but obviously like George R. R. Martin is into storytelling, and
I don't think Carmine.
George
I don't think
Lucas is
Carmine wants you
not.
to discuss this
Like,
much more. It sounds like
yeah,
it's a surprise.
George Lucas. I mean, it's funny because one is now like the father of one streaming service, and the other is now the father of another streaming service.
Oh
Um,
God, yeah.
but like it's insane in that sense. But like, um, but they approach storytelling completely and utterly differently. Like one
Mm-hmm.
is very focused on cinema, not storytelling, does not care about storytelling, specifically says he doesn't care about storytelling, and the other is only caring about storytelling and like the human heart and conflict and all this kind of stuff. But
no, that sounds really, really interesting.
what we Carmine is we're working on trying to get some sort of big name Star Wars channel to sit down with us, but we'll
Sure.
see now. But getting back to like Theon, Quentyn, like when I think about this, like all the similarities, I also say, okay, is he making those circles, the the George Lucas like circles, or is he just like writing his own life over and over again? Because he does have a sister, and so like when he writes himself, he's just like, well, the only thing I remember is like my rivalry with my sister. So I'm constantly writing this fucking sister rivalry shit that like most of us when we read Ice and Fire, because I have a fine relationship with my sister. I've never had a rivalry with her. And so when I look at like Tyrion's relationship with Cersei, Theon's relationship with Asha, Quentyn's relationship with Arianne, like none of them fit. Like I'm just like, I can't relate to that. I don't understand. Or Viserys and Dany, like I don't get it. I don't understand it. Maybe some people do, but like it makes me wonder about George R. R. Martin's relationship with his sister.
I think the Targaryens and the Valyrian sibling weddings also makes people wonder about George's relationship with his sisters. Like, there's a lot of questions to be raised about that guy, but you know,
it's
you can't
unusual. I think
what he writes too much.
I think he got into it, like the incest stuff. I think he got into it on two fronts. Is that one, like it was like in a lot of English literature, like that was considered something that was very naughty and taboo. You're like, oh ho ho, incest, like, and so like
Yeah.
reading English stuff, you get that because there's not much in the in American literature that like until now, until George R. R. Martin, that like would focus on like, you know, sibling incest. I mean, maybe today in porn with the stepdads and shit, but like but it's very English. And like my sister's an anthropologist. And like every once in a while, like there are certain anthropologists that study various like human practices like cannibalism or whatever. And she's just like, all the people that studied incest were these like English guys, these old English guys. And you're like, what?
I think it might be a product of still having such a prominent monarchy in our culture. Because like Sweden still has a monarch, Spain still has a monarch. No one cares. It's the English crown that is almost, when you say the Queen, you think of the Queen of Britain. And incest is inextricably linked with monarchy, feudalism,
really good
royalty.
point. It's a really good point. And it's funny, these little things that like these pieces of morality that you'd never think about addressing and thinking about in your life, all of a sudden like you're faced with them. Like somebody asked me a few months ago, like, do you think like incest should be legal because it's currently like illegal in America? And like it's a moral question I would have never like asked myself ever before Game of Thrones. I'd just be like, of course it should be fucking illegal. What are you talking about? But then somebody puts forward, well, come on, like how is this any different from any other sexual preference? If they're choosing not to have kids, how is it hurting anybody? And you're like, ah, oh, fuck. And then you're like sitting there like asking, like, I would have never fucking asked this moral question or explored it, but it was like in our faces with Jaime and Cersei.
Genuinely, that is something that, like, I just said that like incest and monarchy are inextricably linked, and I don't think it's a coincidence that he had the royal family who, with Aegon, the possible sixth, returning as this perfect king, you are being confronted, or we will be hopefully confronted, with the question, hey, is absolute monarchy okay if he's actually a really good guy? in the same way as, is incest actually okay if they really do love each other? And in both cases, I think George's answer would, I hope, be no, because you
Hmm.
can't guarantee that either of those things will be true.
Yeah.
And so, like, even if Aegon is a nice guy, Aegon the Seventh might not be, and so we shouldn't have this kind of rule. Even if Cersei and Jaime do genuinely love each other, they can still be terrible people and do
Hmm.
terrible things because of that. Like, it's just not sustainable. Either one, and he's linked them so well.
By the way, I recently saw a video about um, apparently they're like people have been tracking like Charles's incest coefficient. Have you been seeing these sorts of things? I
I try not to think about our king.
Before he became king, I'd never heard about incest coefficients and stuff like this. But all of a sudden, he becomes king, and this is in my fucking YouTube feed. And apparently, you can quantify with a number like the amount of how inbred somebody is. And
Mm.
apparently, Daenerys Targaryen, even not even considering anything other than the fact that her parents were supposedly her parents were siblings and her grandparents were siblings, her level of inbredness would actually be greater than any of the Habsburgs, and she should be like completely mentally incapacitated and like unable to
Mm.
function, like like in
Yeah,
real life. Like,
but those Valyrians, they're just better, I guess. Yeah, George's genetics are weird. Uh,
I know.
plot genes.
Um, can I answer a few? I'm going to answer a few super chats. Thoughts on
Okay.
Clytus writing the pink letter? Um, so I think they're this kind of weird. It's funny because before the stream started, Alex and I were talking about the pink letter, and he's
Yeah,
actually going to start a channel soon. Was going to try to do a pink letter video. Um, and we're
rite of passage.
yeah, but there's so I kind of clump all of the wall pink letter videos in kind of the same situation. Like, could it be someone at the wall? Because obviously you've got your major people are one. The pink letter is just Ramsay. Pink letter is Mance. Pink letter is Stannis. Then you've got these like tiny little fringe ones, like it's Barbary Dustin or it's an Umber or something. And then there's like all the people at the wall. Um, could somebody in the conspiracy to kill John have written the pink letter? Which I don't know if and obviously like logistically they could easily write the pink letter, right? They just have to write it and
I mean, he's blind, but
yeah,
easily
yeah.
In theory.
He
He could dictate.
he's up there,
Yeah.
but um but there is information in the pink letter that people at the wall would not know about. And so the big one, of course, is like, I want my Theon, I want my Reek. Like, there's just not that people at the wall wouldn't know that. And so that's the big thing. I'm trying to think if there's anything else in the letter that
I feel like for Clytus to write it, there would need to have been a letter that was genuinely sent from Winterfell that Clytus would need to receive and then intentionally maladapt, like intentionally twist.
So some people talk about
corrupt
like,
into
could the
what we
pink
know as the
letter
pink
be
letter.
actually piecemeal? Could people be adding to it and things like that? Because it's in this like weird jagged handwriting. Anybody could fucking add to it, and it doesn't matter because it's not going to look like somebody else's handwriting. So I think it's certainly a possibility that that he could add to the letter if he could see better, or someone in conspiracy could add to it. But because of the Reek stuff, I don't know if I don't think they could solely do it like Mance, Stannis, and Ramsay could.
Well, see, like my attitude to the pink letter, and this was probably going to be the kernel of innovation that I was going to try and put in that comprehensive guide to the pink letter theories. is I don't think any one person will have done it. Like, I think it's who organized the Red Wedding? Oh, Walder Frey. Well, no, like, it was also
Right.
Tywin, and it was also Roose Bolton. Like, my money would genuinely be on Mance Raider as the person who got that information about Reek and such, working with Wyman Manderley and or, I know you just mocked her, Barbary Dustin, a
Mm.
character who I love so much. I think the character who I love so much, given the amount of books she has been in, one, I believe. Um, I
she
think
does a
she would have
lot
the
with she does
idea.
a lot with very little, considering like it was the same with Marwyn, you know, like having a period
Mhm.
such a brief period of time and being such a vivid character.
He was at least referenced in another book. I'm pretty sure Barbary Dustin like is not even, well, maybe at the feast something about the Dustins are said, or by Roose earlier on. But
Yeah.
yeah, it's her. Basically, the amount of time we have with her is so small that I look at what she says and think, okay, if we assume George is being efficient, a bold assumption, but if we assume he's being efficient and prioritizing stuff, she talks about how much she distrusts the maesters and how she, I
Mm.
believe, writes her own letters. And that to me is, oh, we have a character who says, I don't trust the normal means of communication and I write my own letter. And then the book ends with a mysterious letter arriving from a guy who very much isn't a maester. Those clicked together in my head. And I thought, she's probably involved in this. And so I figure Barbary Dustin plus Mance, maybe with Wyman as the mastermind, uh,
Well,
would
I
be
mean,
behind it. That's
Hother
not one person.
Umber studied at the
Yeah.
Citadel, so he
Mm.
also has some knowledge, and it's like
Oh,
we're
really?
given that information for no reason. Like,
Of course,
yeah,
because the,
yeah,
the the prostitute that he kills, Hothor
hmm
Horsebane, it's at Old Town,
yeah,
right?
yeah. So
Ah,
you know, whether George was piecing together these things or mystery boxing it, I think he was probably mystery boxing
hmm.
it. But he's just like throwing in these little elements to like
Like
that he
if I
might
were to do a
use later.
clickbait summary, it would probably be who wrote the pink letter. The snowmen did. Like the
Yeah.
snowmen wrote the pink letter. Of those like people who are Mance Raider and the Snowmen, a great band name, probably wrote the
That's
pink
the thing,
letter.
is to actually like come up with a pink letter theory that involves none of the people that we've actually like that people have like thought before. You're like,
Here's how
actually,
Quaithe
guy,
wrote the pink letter.
yes, it's the snowmen and it's the Rywells, the Risewells. Like the Risewells cousins? Yes. The Risewell cousins like wrote it the whole time. And you're like, how? How did this happen? Like,
With help from the little from the mountain clans. Yeah,
yes,
it's
yes.
clearly them.
That donkey that was lost, you know, that with the
That's how it got
littles,
there. They rode there, a rider in the night.
the Rider of the Night, the
Yeah.
hooded man in Winterfell is actually a Flint, and
Hmm.
and he was
Oh, the
talking
hooded
to the
man.
Risewells. You're like,
Oh, the hooded man.
that's so odd. I would have not come up with that one. You're like, well, you know,
But anyway, tying back to Quentyn and Theon, if I may,
mm,
just from this, the hooded man, I think, is a good example of how Quentyn and Theon are not just the same story
mm,
twice, and that they are exploring different things. Because even if they're broadly similar and have certain very specific similarities, Theon is fundamentally more guilty than Quentyn and has done worse things than Quentyn. And so
mm,
guilt and consequences and kinslaying, which I know you are interested in with Theon, are a lot more of a factor for him than Quentyn. Whereas Quentyn has a lot more. Well, if I'm honest, he's got a lot less because he only had one book. But like he
yeah,
has different things. Sexual inadequacy, like Theon's probably been castrated, and so there's
yeah,
sexual stuff there. But Quentyn's a virgin,
yeah.
and there's stuff to go over there. So they are different, and the hooded man is a symbol of
They are
Theon's guilt.
quite different in that sense. Once you like get on the fact, yes, that Theon is a womanizer and Quentin is a virgin. Um, uh, Quentin was quite shocked and affected by the horrors of war, while Theon is more shocked by his actions in
and how
in
unsatisfying it is.
yeah,
Like I think he compares the raiding of the Stony Shore with the Battle of the Whispering Wood, and he's like,
yeah,
"This doesn't feel as good. I'm not
yeah.
as happy with how I did this. This is
But like
boring,
but
almost."
killing people and seeing people die in those battles had zero effect on him. But Quentin is
Yeah.
like haunted by Astapor. Like they're very
Hmm.
different boys in that sense. Um, but and then try to think, if you know, Theon doesn't really have any friends. I don't know if Quentin really has any friends or if they're just pretending.
Yeah, that was tough to. I think I ended up tying. Like they were a bit nebulous. The connections that I tied, they
Mm.
swapped and changed, which I think is what's necessary to not have it be too obvious of a recycling. But I think I had Dagmar Cleftjaw and be his version of Archibald Ironwood,
Mm.
in that they're both big people with pretty significant faces. Like Archibald's completely like I think like alopecia,
Yeah, yeah.
whereas Dagmar's obviously got a cleft jaw, and they're like supportive of the prince while counseling caution, and that caution is dismissed and disaster ensues. But
Mm-hmm.
Dagmar's like a dad; he's not a friend. And Archibald
Right.
is a
Like,
cousin
and
of your
like
Warden
Maester
family. He's not really a
Kedry could
friend.
possibly be more of a dad figure, but Maester Kedry is such a small, nothing character and is killed off
Yeah,
before the story
yeah,
begins. Can you even count him?
no.
Um,
So they don't line up
and
completely
like
perfectly, which is good, I
right,
think.
Cletus. I suppose like Cletus and Rob are these like dead friends that they had, but um, I don't know. Rob, I don't know. They kind of do kind of mean different things to them, but
For
yeah,
sure.
yeah.
But like in the same way that Archibald could be that for Dagmar, he could also be Ramsay in that kind of the prince feigns subservience to this big hulking guy
Mm.
who's great at killing. And I don't think I included this in the summary I sent you, but like Cletus is described, I think, in the Windblown chapter as being really interested in, like, really good at dice, but not very good at it. And then you've got in Theon 1, Ramsay being really interested in Walder Frey's dicing game of, like, really, really wanting to know the result of that for some mysterious reason. Like little things like that.
Yeah, yeah. And obviously, there's no Wex. Who would Wex be?
Well, yeah, Wex is an enigma, and Wex like would tie into the Rickon plot, for which Quentyn doesn't really have anything, unless, well, yeah, no, like Wex is his own thing, and we have no idea what that is.
Yeah,
Like,
it's true.
was Wex even on Theon's side?
I mean, Wex is just one of those characters that no one thought would ever come back, and logically speaking, shouldn't have come back because the Direwolves should have smelled him. He should have been killed.
Hmm.
All sorts of things, but George is just like, let's bring him back. Why
Like,
not?
how can he know they're on Skagos if he's not gone to Skagos? Like just because they set sail for Skagos, a
Yeah,
famously stormy and terrible place, doesn't mean they reached there. And if he went to Skagos with them and got back, how the hell did he get back? Like, yeah,
right. Like,
yeah.
why would this? Like I say, like this is kind of why I have the Ironborn communication. Like, I feel like Dagmar has to have a part in whatever northern conspiracy is going on, because like realistically, if you were Wex and the sack of Winterfell just happened and you're sitting there by yourself, 12-year-old boy, and Dagmar Cleftjaw is 30 miles away versus like going 500 miles to follow Rickon, which are you gonna do? I'm gonna fucking go to Dagmar Cleftjaw. Like,
For
why?
sure.
Why would I follow Rickon and Osha and then end up in White Harbor when Dagmar Cleftjaw is right there? So, I mean, I don't know if George is really thinking about these things, but like logically speaking, looking at a map, you're just like, but he would have gone to Dagmar. Like, why? Of
Like
course, he would go to Dagmar or the
George
Stony Shore.
makes mistakes.
Yeah.
And like that's understandable. He's human, but a mistake that haunts me is the fact that Wyman says, I think in that same chapter,
Mm.
and now I must go to Winterfell,
Oh
and
yeah.
like that's not correct. And if that's not correct, I'm really worried about what else, timing wise, isn't correct in that chapter. Which, like, we don't know. We don't know. We can only hope that he will have some
Yeah.
time map in his head, but
What what
that's not a
What
good
Alex
sign.
is talking about is that George is sloppy with a lot of timing in A Dance with
I didn't
Dragons
say
in the
that mean,
North.
but sure.
So originally the wedding was going to be at Barrowton, the wedding between Ramsay and fake Arya. And then all of a sudden at the last minute they decide that they're going to switch things and have it at Winterfell. And all of these characters suddenly know to go to Winterfell. And Wyman Manderley is one of them, and he says it at the wrong time. There's no way that Wyman Manderley should know that he's going to Winterfell. He should be, at that point in the story, he should be going to Barrowton. And it's the same thing, like, you know, Mance says he's going to Long Lake, and he ends up at Winterfell, and all these sorts of things, and you're like, how did he talk to the Umbers, or is George just being sloppy? Like, you don't know at this point, because he did make a mistake with Manderley. It's absolutely a mistake. He should have said Barrowton. But what you gonna do? What you gonna do?
Yep. You just gotta hope he knew what he's either. You gotta hope he knew what he was doing mostly, or you gotta hope that he's gonna find a way to know what he was meaning.
Yeah. And it's kind of weird because it's like with something like the Bible, where people make these same sorts of like people find errors in the Bible all the time. Okay, there's all sorts of things, like, you know, especially with the Gospels and stuff like that. And there's a famous one is that giants exist in the Old Testament, and there's giants before the flood and there's giants after the flood. And so, like, a lot of people are like, well, how did the giants survive the flood? And there were actually artistic depictions of, like, the giants hanging on to the side of Noah's Ark. In order to try to make it consistent. And you're like, because, well, God is omnipotent and omniscient and perfect, so therefore, like, this is God's word, it must be consistent. Like, you can't just be like, oh, the author fucked up. Like, the author fucked up.
Yeah. And people love to fix things. Like, they love to help. People are I genuinely believe that people fundamentally can be nice and they want to fix things and help things. And I think headcanons that fix stuff like this, like, Wyman somehow knew that the venue was going to change because of his, like, contacts and his insight into the plan, and that's why he said Winterfell. Like, sure, you can believe that until we know better, and that's nice of you, but do also bear in mind it can probably just be a mistake, not an unfixable one. Like,
Yeah.
in universe, people misspeak, and he thinks, I'm going to the wedding of a Stark. I'm probably like Stark, Winterfell. I will say that, and it would have been weird for him to then leave halfway and then turn round to Davos and go, "Oh, sorry, I meant Barrington. Sorry," and then he leaves. That wouldn't be as cool of an ending to the scene, but would be more human.
Yeah. Getting to another super chat here. How did the Dornish army get to the Battle of the Trident without going through the Stormlands, or less likely reach without any battles we hear about? Are we talking about during Robert's Rebellion here? So, the Dornish army just marched up the King's Road because so, with regards to the who owns what in during Robert's Rebellion, Robert had taken his Stormlands army out of the Stormlands and had lost against Tarly, and then took everybody up towards Stony Sept and River Run. And in that time, the Reach army then came over and conquered the Stormlands and was surrounding Storm's End. So in a sense, like, the Dornish army was walking through friendly territory the entire time, because the Dornish and the Tyrells were aligned in Robert's Rebellion. So I understand that it seems really weird because they're passing through the Stormlands, and it seems like this should be hostile territory. But the Tyrells actually conquered the territory after Robert took all of his armies up north to the Riverlands. So that's really the now, is it really realistic that they got rid of every lord and there wasn't one that was going to be rebellious? And but no, but apparently, and again, we don't really know very much about what happens in the middle of Robert's Rebellion. Robert's Rebellion doesn't really make sense at all. There's this like 7-month gap in the middle that we hear nothing about. And I just assume that in that 7-month gap, like the Tyrell armies on the Reach like completely secure like the Reach and the Stormlands and have conquered pretty much everything down there or something. But that's more or less the answer. How do you see Quentyn's plot developing with his family once he returns? Doran and Arianne. I really love him to have a conversation with each one. Yeah, no, I mean, I've definitely been thinking about this a bit. I was working a bit on the Quentyn fanfic chapter since this week. But yes, I think he needs to, of course, have a big conversation with his dad. And this is rather important about, just everything, war and daddy issues and stuff like that. It's very daunting because those are some big, very important discussions that one needs to have. Arianne, I think it's going to be more humorous because what George has written, the sibling rivalry between them is completely one way. That he does not see any sibling rivalry with Arianne. He's fine with her. She's the one that sees something wrong with him and has insecurity about him. So I think that can be a more humorous kind of thing, and it's more of like Arianne's like turmoil that she has to get over, that she imagined this whole thing, and that she might have realized that her father like created that.
I also think that like Arianne, since the entire sibling rivalry has been in her head, Arianne, through Aegon as a proxy or through other characters as proxies, might be able to work through her deal with Quentyn without Quentyn being there. It's already all in her head. She could easily resolve it all in her head. Doran's treatment of Quentyn is much more real, and so that kind of needs both of them either to be in a room together or, well, yeah, ideally to be in a room together. You're right. Yeah.
Because in a sense, if her rivalry with Quentyn, the genesis is really the Doran letter, and the Doran letter is just so suspicious. Like essentially, like she's a young girl and she goes to get a goodnight kiss, and Doran Martell happened to leave out this very incriminating letter about how Quentyn was going to rule Dorne, and ever since then she's had a problem with her brother. So Doran Martell created the imagined rivalry in her head, and you're right that like Arianne and Quentyn could easily get over that. But I do think it's like that imagined rivalry is the reason that she's going for Aegon, because she's like,
for sure,
Quentin's going to be with Dany, so I'm going to go for Aegon.
But that's what I'm thinking. Like through Aegon, she could work that out. With Aegon, could be the prince that she talks with to sort herself out. Doran, needs Quentyn.
And so once they kind of figure everything out, it's like, oh fuck, we need to go talk to Dad because Dad really fucked us up. So the only thing I'm really like fearful, and this is like so far in the future, like Dream of Spring kind of stuff. But like my only thing that I'm really fearful about that is that Doran requires comeuppance from like so many different characters. Like Arianne needs to have comeuppance on him. Quentyn does, and so does Hota. And it's like all three of them like who gets to kill Doran? Who gets to end his rule, end his tyranny? I think I'm leaning towards Ario Hota, but we're talking like, something that would, if the fanfic keeps going, would be like 8 years, 10 years in the future. So,
yeah, like if I mean, this is kind of getting into the how closely do you want to, now that you've noticed this, how
Mm,
closely do you want to parallel the aftermath, like the Winds of Winter plot of Quentyn and Theon? Because they already seem to not be sustaining that
mm,
parallel since Theon won. You can't do a Theon any kind of parallel. I think with Theon 1 could be, you can't really do that with Quentyn's first The Winds of Winter chapter, because
no, no.
you'd have to figure out who Stannis represents and get Quentyn in a room with him and Arianne or a proxy for Arianne in there, and like have him be crucial to the Battle of Fire while
Mm,
not going anywhere and being trapped. That just doesn't sound feasible. That sounds too much of a contrivance, I would say. Like having
yeah.
Quentyn be crucial to the Battle of Fire, absolutely possible. Having it be crucial in the same way Theon is, not so much. So it may be that the parallel is breaking or they're diverging,
Mm.
which gives you a lot more room to do stuff with Quentyn.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I think Quentin is going to be, um, because I've thought a lot about how I'm going to end the Battle of Fire with Tyrion 3, and and it's it's been somewhat in the summary of Quentin that like he needs to open that gate, which means like that's what's going to save Tyrion, is that he's going to make it through that gate. And the question is like who is going to make it through that gate, and that's all Quentin's doing. But after that, then it's like, is Quentin going to be a dragon rider? Is he going to bring dragons to Aegon, bring a dragon to Aegon, and things like that? That already like makes him very different from Theon. Um, who well, then again, maybe Theon, if Theon is kind of still the key to the North. He knows about the Dreadfort.
Mm.
He's needed for a hostage exchange. He's needed for the King's Moot. Things like this. So, maybe they're both keys to really winning everything.
Like
He's,
this would probably need a bit more explanation than would be interesting right now. But I think in the parallel I put together, I think I compared the dragons and Drogon specifically being missing with the kind of broken arrow situation of
mm,
Drogon being unaccounted for and Quentyn being aware of that and Dany brushing it off with he's out hunting, he doesn't need to know any more than that, is paralleled with the missing swords in the Crypt of Winterfell, of like some of them are missing, and
mm,
Barbary commenting on that and Theon being like, oh yeah, and I don't think Theon knows that that necessarily means that Bran, Rickon, and et al. Have escaped. He could easily put it together, and Barbary could put it together as well, and as could Mance. So I think if Quentyn is securing dragons for someone, intentionally or unintentionally,
yeah.
Theon could be securing knowledge of Rickon or and Bran's survival for someone, and that's like the prize that he is the unwilling custodian of
Yeah,
like
it's funny
Rickon's
funny to
future.
think that he does have all of the information to put those pieces together, but I don't know if he if he has yet. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
like, oh yes, the the swords were missing. Oh man, and then well once and Crow's Food asks about him too, so asks about
Mm-hmm.
those swords and or Micken's mark and all of that.
Yeah.
Follow up similarly, wouldn't Rhaegar have to pass Robert battling in the Stormlands to get to KL? Why wouldn't Robert attack KL directly if the KL army is in this way? I mean, I think it's just that, like, and again, it doesn't really make sense in a timeline sense, but like, Robert, he starts in the Vale, he sails down to the Stormlands, he has his 3 battles. He then takes the Stormland army after he rallies and moves them up into the Riverlands. And so by the time like the Tyrell armies go and conquer the Stormlands and make the King's Road safe and everything, um, any movements of Rhaegar is not in the same area as Robert, because Robert was injured at Stony Sept, and then he moves up to River Run to get over things. And then there is an inexplicable 7 months where everybody just holds their dicks, and then they go and have the Battle of the Trident. So I don't know what everyone was doing for. I mean, it's such a long period of time. By the way, I like people are like, oh, what's the big deal? And you're like, keep in mind that like that's the length of like the amount of time is like the length of a Storm of Swords and a Dance with Dragons like put together. A Storm of Swords and Feast of Crows put together. The amount of time that like nothing happens in Robert's Rebellion. It's just it's an insane like hole where everyone's just kind of sitting around waiting for the trident, you know. So like, shouldn't they have run into each other battling before that? Yes, absolutely. Like, there should have been months. Like, it's not that big of a map. Like, they're all right there. 7 months or whatever. Oh God. But yeah, theoretically, like, Robert moved out of the Stormlands and is up into the Riverlands, and Rhaegar is on the eastern part of the Riverlands, and they meet at the Trident. So, um, thoughts on Christopher Hitchens? This is interesting. I was actually just thinking about the Hitch uh, the other day. So, Christopher Hitchens was someone, my father was super, super into Christopher Hitchens and had all of his books. So I was exposed to him quite early. And I quite liked him. He was very, very smart, and he was very, very knowledgeable. I I went through a period where I absorbed all of his books and tried to watch every interview and video about him, which of course is like the poison to, like, for anything, right? Because you start seeing his patterns, you start seeing him copying himself, you start seeing the flaws in his logic, and you're like, oh right, he is a rhetorician, like, there's definitely moments where he is covering and does, and like, one Cosmic Skeptic has a video, that's Alex O'Connor, who's the atheist channel guy. You know what I'm talking about? Um, Alex O'Connor. Alex O'Connor, the Cosmic Skeptic. He had a great video on Hitchens, because he also worshipped Hitchens for a while, and he said that, like, yeah, the thing is, you actually see him in interviews, and people are like, well, if they're having these moral discussions on, like, objective and subjective morality, and Christopher Hitchens will be like, well, of course, like, people can come up with objective morality, like, how dare you think that we can't do that? And they're like, okay, then what is it? You're like, no, because you can't. Like, he just gets angry and blustered and starts spewing stuff on stage. So he has his flaws. He definitely has his flaws. Like, he's like really weirdly, like, super anti-circumcision too. Like, all these other weird things that, like, you're like, where did that come from? And his he's said very odd things every once in a while. Like, I once saw an interview where he was, like, praising like Middle East archaeology that was done in Israel as being, like, really, like, legit, and, like, every archaeologist knows that, like, Israeli archaeology is insanely political, and, like, findings are shifted all the time for political reasons, and it's just, you find his bullshit once you absorb enough of it. But that's the thing, is I absorbed so much that I guess it's like Alex, it's like us talking about George here, and like, finding his mistakes, and like it's like, you understand his genius, but then you study it enough, and you're like, oh right, he's a flawed human being like everybody else.
Yeah.
And he's
Like, he's got his areas of expertise. Like,
yeah.
George can string together a sentence beautifully, but if you ask him to, give the length or height or distance of things, he'll give you some strange answers.
That's a yeah. You're familiar with the dying of the light situation with
Oh yes, the very, very slow running for your life. Yeah. But I mean, speaking of, like, life-threatening miscalculations, Christopher Hitchens is a bit before my time, unfortunately. And so one of the few things I know about him is, I think, because of the war in Iraq, he was very much defending the US and their treatment of prisoners, their torture, and to the point where people were bringing up waterboarding that was being done, and he, I believe,
he went and got waterboarded.
didn't. Well, he said it wasn't considered. What I've heard is that he said he wasn't considered torture, and that you can waterboard me and it will be fine. And so he consented to it. And I think after about 3 seconds, he was like ringing the buzzer to be like, "Oh no, actually, it is torture." And then he
Yeah,
turned around on it.
he completely
Credit
changed
to
his
him.
mind on it. Yeah, he's like, nope, that's
Credit to him.
torture.
He vocally admitted that he was wrong. It's insane to me that he ever thought the first thing. Like that is one of the first things that occurs to me with Christopher Hitchens is this is the guy that needed to be needed to be waterboarded to know that waterboarding is bad.
I
That
don't,
yeah.
what's funny is I kind of don't, I kind of respect when people are just like, yeah, I was wrong. I do kind of respect that, but you're right. Like, how did he have the bad opinion in the first place? I recently saw there's a video that people throw around with who's the guy with the Kermit voice, the conservative guy with the Kermit voice. Um, Shit, why
There's
am
a
I
few funny
blanking on his
candidates.
name? The Canadian old conservative guy with a beard. Fuck, I'm sure like the chat is like screaming like.
Wait, you mean Jordan Peterson?
Yeah, Peterson, Jordan Peterson.
Yeah. Oh, I was really hoping he'd be the Kermit voice. Yeah.
Yeah, he has one where he's getting interviewed by the Australian comedian, and the Australian comedian's like, "Do you think people like you should be able to like be denied the like if you are a cake maker and a gay person wants a gay wedding cake, do you think a person should be able to deny them that right?" And Jordan Peterson's like, yeah, I think if it's your cake shop, you should be able to do whatever you want. And he's like, well, what if they're black? And he's like, well, no. And he's like, well, how is it different? And Jordan Peterson's just like, I suppose it's not. I was wrong. And then it's just like, that's it. Like,
yeah, Jordan, you did it. Good job.
Yeah, it's like, which I'm like, I respect people that'll change their mind, but it's like, how did you have the wrong position in the first place?
The issue with like, I respect people that change their mind is like they need to have their mind stay changed and not just like in the next interview, Jordan Peterson would say the same thing again, but people wouldn't think to call him out on it, and thus nothing would change.
Yeah, but with Hitchens, he did support the Iraq War. Hitchens is a little odd, is that he was super pro-American for being a not American. But it's just, I think he spent a lot of years in America, but he defended America quite a bit, and he had a bit like, you spent a lot of time in the Middle East, and he did spend a lot of time in the Middle East. He lived in Lebanon for a long time, and you do get this like, oh gosh, like people in the Middle East are like, they need something to they need some sort of revolution to like educate them into not thinking so crazy. Like, I can see how one develops that. So I think in his mind, this whole like regime change, re-educating like Middle Easterners in like a Western mentality kind of way, which it would somehow be like a good idea. Somehow they came to that, but he was definitely wrong on that one. I do wonder, like, I mean, today he was also weirdly very, very against the Clintons. Today he would, I mean, I think he'd be in horror at like the state of the world today, but because he's as things are getting so crazily like religious, and he was such a staunch atheist. So, but I mean, we've talked about Christopher Hitchens for forever, but no, it's like he's one of these guys where like I loved him and I researched him so long, and like you find these little things wrong with him, but I still very much respect him, and even if I kind of understand his somewhat grift and rhetoric on everything. He's irreplaceable, kind of. Is there anybody like, one of the things I really respect about him too, Christopher Hitchens, is I saw him on I saw an interview where he was on Fox News on Hannity, and Hannity just goes straight into like trying to attack him, being like, you're just one of these arrogant guys who likes to hear himself talk, and you think you're the smartest guy in the room, and you're just jealous of Christians because they're happy, and da 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 da. And Christopher Hitchens, like, completely stone face, is just like, that may all be true, but none of that like addresses the argument I just made. And like, he's just like, I was like, oh my God, I wish I could stay that cool. Like, and he just like, after just getting just bashed like that on a personal level, just, yeah, sure, but my point still stands. Like, oh,
Yeah.
I wish I could stay that cool and collected. Never me. How do you think Sansa's story will end in the books? The Queen of Independent North, realistic for the book story? Thanks.
I think this is getting into the issue of like, do you want there to be like the kingdoms as they still exist? Do you want it to be feudalism? Do you want people to be like, obviously people will be alive at the end of the books, probably,
Yeah.
but like, is it going to be like after the first long night of people are rebuilding society? Because then you're a few hundred years away from having a monarchy. Or is it just going to be like in the show, that was a blip in one term or another, maybe a few years as opposed to one night? But are you going to have there be kingdoms and feudalism still?
Yeah, I mean, it's these odd things of like what the show is trying to do, because the show, you definitely got the show, like the fact that they had the elected king at the end, the step in the right direction kind of thing. After like Ice and Fire is very clearly about how monarchy sucks, and so that ending of an elected king with Bran does seem very George. Like, it seems like that's what George would put at the end of the story. And even though like a lot of people saw that ending and they're like, Bran being king seems stupid. It's just like, well, that it may seem stupid to you, but that seems very George to me, you know. But then on the other hand, like, the story had also set up all of this time. Like, Sansa has to do something. Sansa needs to take a leadership position. How do we reconcile these two events? Oh, let's have the North be independent and still be like a monarchy, with and so there was you ended with this contradiction, right? Like, oh, well, the world didn't go into democracy. It ended with Sansa sitting the throne in the North.
Like, it may not surprise you too much that I was quite pro independence in terms of the North, just because it seems like a nice idea to me because of where I'm from. But
Yeah.
I feel like it was inconsistent. And if Aegon and the Song of Ice and Fire that we've gotten from House of the Dragon can all be presumed to exist in the book series, I could almost see the reasoning of the Iron Throne as the High King of Westeros was created by Aegon to better unify the realm against the White Walkers. And so if the White Walkers are resolved, the Iron Throne and the High King of Westeros is kind of redundant. And so all of it could just revert back to the 7 or 6 or 8 independent communities it was beforehand. But that's
Yeah.
that's that's not really what happened either. Like, Iron Islands
Right.
were still part of the kingdom, and Dorne was still part of the kingdom.
Because George R. Martin is also very much against colonialism and does believe that like people should be able to rule themselves, and like there should be no one telling everybody what to do. So yeah, everybody were kind of reverting to like kingdoms, with each of them having their own elected kings, would probably be like the happiest ending for George. It's really tough, because like in the books, Sansa is just getting to the point, like she's just beginning to get to the point where she has her own agency, and the show, had many more seasons past where George stopped with her to develop Sansa on where her story should be going. So it's like, does Sansa need to be a ruling queen? I don't know. I guess I kind of have that. I don't know what I have in the fanfic with her. I know that I want her to be like the heir to Harrenhal and take control of Harrenhal, but uh, it's yeah, man. I don't know. Should they all be independent? I don't know. There's just not even enough time. It seems like you just end on a big war, like, and then
Mm.
there'd be some sort of like I don't know, anticlimactic ending, like Dying of the Light or something, where we don't see the final battle.
Like the simplest answer is a blank slate as an
Mm-hmm.
ending of all the Westeros civilizations are in some way and to varying degrees reduced to needing to rebuild,
Yeah,
and thus uh, the next century anything could happen. Like, yeah, they could reinstate kings, or they could
yeah,
take tips from Bravos, they could take tips from the free cities and have like elected princes, or something even more radical with if the Night's Watch has renewed cultural significance as, oh wait, they were right actually, then through the Night's Watch democracy could explode across Westeros, but
yeah.
all that requires a blank slate.
I could see, yeah, like everything ending with a blank slate, and I could even see like an epilogue happening, kind of Fever Dream style, where 300 years later, we're now in Westeros, with like, the point of view is like
A
some
female
girl,
maester.
yeah, some girl named, like, I don't know, like, Tara Frey, and she's at like she's at the Citadel studying or something, and it's like, oh, it's 300 years later, so women can be at the Citadel, and she's describing how the world is or something, in the same way that, because you know how, like, to give that kind of melancholy sense, like, all the characters are dead, but you're remember the world is better, and you're remembering how it was, but like, because Fever Dream ends essentially like it happened, like, we go into the future, and like our main character has died, and the other character, who's a vampire, has like gone to his grave and is remembering him, and like the world has improved thanks to him, but like, um so you get this like sad sense but hopeful sense at the same time, bittersweet, you know so you could try to do that same sort of thing with Ice and Fire, to have like, people remember the days of old Sansa and Bran. They
Mm.
go to their graves or something. Put a sword on top of that tomb, on Sansa's
Because
tomb.
you also have to consider whether in a story that is so critical of feudalism,
Mm,
is it a reward to make Sansa in charge of that? And is it a punishment to deny her control over that
mm,
system? Like, it's kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't. Of if you're criticizing feudalism, you can't have Sansa just become part of the system, but you
right.
also, after all this abuse, she should have some say over the system. Like, the system's the problem, and are you going to actually get rid of the system? Because that's a lot to ask of a book series.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Um, I'm thinking of like the I don't know if you've read Dune, Alex, but like the ending of the last Dune book, Chapter House Dune,
Mm.
kind of is this meta ending where George Frank Herbert and his wife enter the story as like mystical entities, and it's sort of, and all the characters then get into a spaceship and like escape from them, and
Huh.
some people interpret
Was
it as, even though there's certainly Frank Herbert's son and others said that like he did plan on writing another book. There's some that theorize that no, that could be an ending, that all of the
mm,
characters have escaped the writer, and like they are now choosing their own destiny, away from
mm.
God, away from the puppet master.
Yeah, because with Dune, comparisons to Dune, the big thing that leaps out to me is God Emperor Bran
Yeah.
as the objectively correct, psychically empowered, very static, associated with a powdery substance and psychedelics, God Emperor of Westeros, and like he's the bad guy, right? Or at least he's like his vision for humanity involves a lot of suffering, his golden path.
Yeah, yeah,
And so Bran being an analogous figure is horrifying unless it ends with him similar to God Emperor. Well, I guess spoilers for
yeah,
Dune,
yeah.
but like unless something similar happens to Bran, but that would surely take a third book, and we
Yeah,
can't have that.
yes, yes. Now I'm imagining like the others as very sexy spacefaring women coming in and and taking over like in the
Oh, the
last.
fish speakers. Yeah, is that
Yes,
what they're called? Yeah.
the honored matre. Um,
Evil, sexy space nuns.
yes, evil, sexy space nuns. Yes. Who are your top 5 POV characters and why? Are they the same as your favorite characters in the series? If not, um, I also like to know your top 5 overall favorite characters and why. Um, I mean, I think like obviously my favorite character is Sweet Robin, but I think my favorite POV is Theon, and it took me a while to have Theon be my favorite POV, but I think after A Dance with Dragons, it just was, and I realized that he's just such a wonderfully flawed character to go back and read his stuff. And so since then, the more flawed point of views I kind of enjoy. I really enjoy Victarion's chapters, even though he's a horrible human being. Um, I think Cersei's chapters are funny and fun as anything. I think Asha's chapters are incredible because she's got this like very real chip on her shoulder. And, I do like Quentyn too. Um, but I don't know some of the characters in the series that are a favorite. I don't know. We were talking about some good ones before, like Barbary Dustin's a great character. Marwyn's a great
Yeah.
character. Trying to think of some others that I just like really, really. I mean, I think like everybody, I like Dolores Ed, and I think Stannis is entertaining as anything. Um, I love Asha, and um, like those are fun ones. For some reason, even though I don't think he's interesting or anything like that, I have this weird desire to have like Christopher Botley like really succeed and do well. And for no reason, like why Tris Botley? I just feel like he's just like he's been jerked around a lot and deserves better, like it's like random stuff.
He was very
Oh
much a
man.
nice guy to Asha in the kind of
Yeah.
capital N, capital G, nice guying her to no avail. But nonetheless, by Iron Ireland standards, he's a great person morally. Low bar, but yeah, he's definitely cleared it.
I mean, that's the thing is to be a moral person in Ice and Fire is a very low bar. So like, you got your top 10 best people in the world, and it's like Davos, Brienne, Tris Botley. Like everybody else is
Yeah.
everybody else is pretty horrible. I mean, the fact that like Zaro, Zoe, and Daxus is like like one of the better people in the world, Slaver. It's like
Yeah,
somehow.
because he wanted to marry the child, and the child said no, and then he didn't try and marry her. Like he kept
Yeah, he's
asking,
just like,
obviously,
okay,
because he's
I'll,
still a guy.
I'll see.
Like he's still a guy in A Song of Ice and Fire, but he didn't force it on her, which is good, I guess.
Yes, people that didn't ever kill anyone or rape anyone or, or abuse anyone, because
Yeah, so
even
that
nice guys
minority of
like
characters.
Quentyn, like through nice guys like Quentyn were responsible for a lot of people's pain and suffering, So um, it's like I mean, I Sept and Maribald, the big, the elder brother, they're good people, I guess.
Mm.
Um,
Mm.
Thoughts on e-democracy, increasing citizens' involvement in decision making via tech, more referendums, etc. Is this the future of government or a bad idea? Um, I mean, I think the more tech, the better. I think that so a lot of people hear about tech, and they somehow think that like Matthew Broderick is going to be like breaking into systems like in war games and stuff like that. What I would like, the reason I am for more and better tech and things like that, is just that right now democracy, at least in America, is not really much of it when some people can't get off work to vote. It's on a Tuesday. When it rains, people don't go out. Like when it rains, completely different party can get into office. Um, just random stuff like that happens, and I would be for like I think I'm more for like required voting or something. Um, you know, uh, some people think like, oh, the masses are too stupid, and if they can't figure things out, maybe they shouldn't vote. And I kind of disagree on that. I actually think that like the masses, for the most part, when given the opportunity to actually vote, like do okay. Um, and these bad decisions are usually from some weird outside force like electoral college or propaganda or something like that. So I'm for anything that makes voting easier and for more people to be able to vote. I'd like to have voting to be mandatory, or at least have it be on a Sunday or something, or have it be a vacation, have it be a holiday, make it easy as anything. So I think that's definitely the future. um Possible all or part of Quaithe is a hallucination. I think we're obviously supposed to think that 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 this might be all in Dany's head and part of her dreams. The thing is that like Quaithe, there was a physical person named Quaithe who Dany did meet um, in Karth that Jorah and others
Mm-hmm.
see and know exist. So like
Yeah.
at least Karth Quaithe is real. If one could make the argument that the other Quaiths are actually like Dany hallucinating, that's all possible. Um, but it's at least the one in Karth is definitely a real Quaithe. But maybe
It'd be
maybe
interesting
the
to
other
do a
ones could be on your
comparison.
mind. Yeah.
Like it'd be interesting to do a comparison to see how whether there's any significant differences between what the Quaithe in A Dance with Dragons says. Is it Dance with Dragons, right? When she comes back in the vision of, or is it the end of A Storm of Swords? Uh,
Let's see. She visits well, let's see. She visits Dany briefly in A Storm of Swords right before um the um the the slave exchange, and then she visits her
mm,
in A Dance with Dragons, like in an actual like physical. I mean, she can see her and everything and knows it's like Quaithe.
hmm.
And then, kind of in retrospect, maybe retconned. You like there's
With the
elements,
stars
yeah, the
looking down
stars
on
and the
her.
mask that like
Hmm.
retconned the visions of a
Yeah,
Game of Thrones as being Quaithe. Um,
yeah, that is significant because otherwise it would be interesting if the Quaithe that we saw in Karth had an agenda for Dany, had intentions or whatever, and then after that, it has been someone else. And I think it was a
mm,
Glidus April Fool's like fake theory one that it's Euron impersonating Quaithe. Like when Dany receives visions from Quaithe, like not the Karth one, not the physical Karth one, but the visions and the like beware of all. That's Euron messing with Dany as a joke theory. Like I
yeah,
think it was a
yeah,
wrong answer, but it is interesting of someone taking on the guise of someone already not trustworthy, but arguably kinder and nicer than a lot of the other people in Karth to mess with Danny's head. It was a
well,
fun idea.
it is a fun idea, and especially in the sense that like we just did the Bran chapter where Bran, the way we wrote it, that the three-eyed crow is not Bloodraven, and he confronts Bloodraven. Bloodraven's like, I have no idea what you're talking about, and that in the fanfic, Dany is going to next go to Karth. It would be very interesting. I haven't thought about this idea, but toying like, imagine her arriving and being like, "You sent me these visions, like you've been talking to me. What do you want?" And Quaithe being like, "I have no fucking clue what you're talking about. I I've not been visiting you." And that what a gut punch that would be. Then who's been visiting me?
Mm, yeah.
You know,
And that isn't like that isn't ruled out arguably by the stars,
yeah.
because like it could be that Quaithe was watching her in the Dothraki Sea and then met her in Karth, and now that Dany's back in the Dothraki Sea, she's watching her from the stars again. But
Mm,
all the stuff in Slaver's Bay, nah, man, that wasn't me. I don't know who's been like stealing my profile picture, but
yeah.
that wasn't me.
Another person with a mask, you know. I have to go back and look at the quotes and everything. Like, when she says because it's not like Quaithe is like, "Hello, it's me, Quaithe, the one from Karth." Like, it's like Dany going, "Quaithe."
Mm. Yeah,
The glass candles
because
are burning. You know.
it'd be interesting if the you could distinguish between the messages Quaithe is imparting to Dany
Yeah.
meaningfully from those visions to her being in person, because she definitely fosters paranoia, intentionally or not, with telling her, beware of everyone. Everyone is out to get you. Like, basically serving as the voice of Aerys's invisible friends for the last few
Yeah.
years of his reign. Everyone is out to get you. And here's a list of really vague descriptions of those people.
So that
But
you'll
I do want to
mistrust
stress it's
everybody,
everyone.
including Resnack, who never did anything wrong.
He's fine.
I know
He's weird.
Resnack's great. I fucking
He's
love
unctuous.
Resnack.
He's annoying, but he's fine.
Yeah. Why do the Jaehaerys chapters in Fire and Blood have so much dialogue, so different from other parts of the book? Doesn't feel like a history book. This is very much the case in Fire and Blood, and the different sections are written in completely different style. I mean, I've just been shifting from Rogue Prince to Princess and the Queen, and it's completely, utterly different. Like, I'm just like, oh my god, what is this? Because Rogue Prince is written very history book in the sense that Mushroom says this, Eustace says this. Princess and the Queen was not written that way. In fact, Mushroom and Eustace are not two different perspectives in the original Princess and the Queen, and then it's kind of like added in when he rewrote it for Fire and Blood. So it's it's just like what George was comfortable writing that day, and what he wanted to fill in. Keep in mind, he was trying to fill pages when he was writing the Jaehaerys stuff. He was filling them up in order to try to put Fire and Blood out. So it's just going through the chapters now with the overanalyzing series, like line by line, and like catching like every one of George's mistakes. And there's a lot more mistakes in Fire and Blood than there are in Ice and Fire. Just a lot more. We Alex and I were talking about, like, George makes mistakes in Ice and Fire, but there are 10 times more mistakes in Fire and Blood, like just line by line on stuff. So he was rushing it. He wanted to put out a book. It's also, Jaehaerys is a bunch of like tangents that say nothing. It's stories about Alyssa Farman and other people and stuff that has nothing to really do with history. Like, Jaehaerys having this like fight against the Stinger, and Sarah Targaryen. Like, what does that have to do with anything? It doesn't affect any history at all. Well, he was just writing some fucking shit, Yeah, Sarah Targaryen, she likes to fuck, so like Jaehaerys stabbed the guy who fucked her in the fucking face, like, that's it. This has nothing to do with anything else. It does not affect the story at all.
It could also be, again, unhelpfully, it could be foreshadowing to plot points that in the intervening decade he's changed his mind about, of like, he wanted to have this be a historical parallel of, oh, this is just like with the Stinger and Jaehaerys, but whatever he was gonna write about that would parallel that, he's changed his mind, and so we're not gonna see it match up, annoyingly.
Yeah, one of the interesting things he did with Fire and Blood was to move Mushroom to Rhaenyra's side, and make him her advisor, which so very parallels, Tyrion with Daenerys in the show, where you're like, oh, I guess, that's going to happen in the book, that Tyrion's going to be by her side, being an advisor after all, because you purposely wrote Mushroom in that role in Fire and Blood to make it happen again, rhyming. So I don't know. I mean, I can't think of a situation where a Sarah Targaryen and the Stinger thing would come back, but in any way, um, who's gonna get stabbed in the face? I mean, I suppose did Braun stab Egan in the face before he threw him out the moon door? Is that a
Mm,
parallel? I don't know.
I
But
don't think
Egan
so.
wasn't fucking Lysa, so I don't know.
Yeah, no. Mm.
Coming from a Boston Irish, do you have any thoughts on white American ethnic pride, and what one is the most annoying? Um, it's funny because like people for a long time did joke about the Irish one as the one that Americans find the most annoying because it's kind of the loudest of the white ethnicities that people are like, I'm proud. I'm gonna wear. You've got your St. Patrick's Day kind of stuff, and I mean, I guess some people like, obviously like Italians. You hear about it, but I've never met too many Italians who are like crazy about it. Greeks are pretty loud about it, but there's not that many Greeks that are very loud about it. It's just that there's so many Irish that it's really weird when people are like, "Oh, I'm Irish." It's like everybody's fucking Irish. Like every goddamn person, every white person in America is Irish, and German, like it's just um so I don't know. I mean, I find most ethnic pride across the board, white, black, Asian, Australian, Aboriginal, it doesn't matter. I find it pretty annoying. Just because you're being proud of something you didn't really spend any time earning. like it's not like you work at your ethnicity, this isn't slaving away, like painting a really nice painting or writing a really nice book, or working 80 hours at the office. You're just you're just born that way, you know. I mean, my grandfather went around talking about being Dutch all the time, but it was just kind of a joke to us. Um, the Thoughts on the idea that Garrett and the Mama Direwolf both crossed the wall at the Night Fort. Time traveling Bran needed someone to recite the Night's Watch vows for the gate to get the Direwolves south of the wall. I think I definitely did. I write about this in
You gave a couple different in time traveling Bran.
yeah.
You gave a couple different options for how Mama Direwolf got like on an ice floe around the wall, or like I think through the Knights Night Fort was one of them. But you said someone needed to get her across,
I
but
think
like cold hands
like
would also do.
Goran's Way or something, like finding a
Yeah,
path through Goran's Way.
yeah.
Yeah. Um, I think it certainly makes sense that like timeline wise, you need to have like something happening around same time to get that direwolf through the wall at the same time. But why would this direwolf? I mean, the direwolf would like follow Garrett in, like he's like walking in, and she would go run right behind, and he wouldn't see this huge pregnant direwolf. Um, this is another one of those situations where, like, realistically, was George really thinking about it? I don't know, but the I think that the it makes the most sense that the direwolf like followed him through. But of course, it's a mystery how Garrett got through the gate too. Did he know about the night fort's like the only option that's there? You'd think though, like
Garrett seemed pretty knowledgeable. Like Garrett seemed of those three characters that we see, Will, Waymar, and Garrett.
mm,
Garrett, I think, is the only one who seems to know about the others.
yeah,
Um,
he definitely fears
like
them and thinks that they're real. Yeah.
And so knowing about the Night Fort isn't as big a leap. Yeah.
Yeah. Realistic, I think it makes perfect sense that Garrett went through the Black Gate and the Direwolf like followed him through. It, but at the same time, it's so like perfect that why wouldn't George like give a shout out of some point, like some hint in his writing that to put those pieces together? Like, why didn't he give a shout out? Because it is so perfect. Like, it's the perfect explanation for these like, but he doesn't make any reference to it all. Like, they could have just said like they passed by a like a burned out like fire, that couldn't have been more than a year old or something, or something, or they, but they didn't. He could have easily like had something, but he didn't. Does the direwolf climbing upstairs? How are they getting up the? I guess direwolves can climb upstairs. Did the night fort have any doors? Like, does the direwolf have to like open doors, like regular doors with like locks? I don't know.
Also, we get Leaf. Like this is still relevant, but like Leaf talks about wandering the earth in the age of the dragon, or during the time of the dragon.
Hmm.
So children of the forest are out and about, moving around in the last 300 years at least. And so I'm wondering if it's beyond the realms of possibility that Mama Direwolf was already south of the wall. I think you touched on this as well,
Yeah, could
in
have just
Time
been
Traveling
living
Bran.
in. It's the North is huge. Like, they could have just been living in a pocket of civil, like pocket that no one visited, and that they just didn't see them. I mean, still
Yeah,
today we're
like
finding animals that we thought were extinct, and then you find
mhm.
one more.
Like in the
Um,
mountains with the mountain clans, it could be that Mama Direwolf was already south, and similar to the Children of the Forest, there are just things in the deep woods that humanity has forgotten about and can't see, and Bloodraven is bringing those out, not moving them south of the wall.
now let's see here. Where did Quicksilver come from if Visenya and Rhaenys weren't double X? We're talking about this the Dragon X theory that many of you know that um, I talk about a bit. This is this idea that if to hatch a dragon, you need to have a female with two X chromosomes that have a specific Dragon X gene on it. Um, I mean, I think either Visenya or Rhaenys could have been double X. Um, the um, the only weirdness about that entire time period is why aren't there more dragons? Like, um, like why does it take so long for like for there to be a dragon explosion that like there is under Rhaenyra? Like, the dragon explosion under Rhaenyra is crazy, and you could say that like, okay, like, maybe most of the time these eggs are kept away from these special females, but like, Aegon and his sisters are on Dragonstone for many many years around eggs. Like, why aren't there just eggs hatching right and left? Um, so I mean, let's see when Quicksilver, because Quicksilver is a hatchling, right? Around the time Aenys is born, and it helps Aenys like survive, right? So the year is Aenys is born around 7 on Dragonstone. I mean, I guess it's possible that just like one of one of them was double X, or some older Targaryen woman or something. I mean, keep in mind that like um uh Meraxes and Vagar were both born on Dragonstone. So at some point there must have been some sort of like dragon hatching person there, or some sort. Um maybe there's an old lady. Maybe there's an old lady Targaryen who's like 80 years old on Dragonstone, and she finally has one last hatchling for Quicksilver, or maybe Rhaenys and Visenya had double X. I mean, it could be that Visenya had the double X, and thus everyone was like really suspicious of Maegor and didn't want him on the throne or something. Um, but I don't. I have to look back at what I originally said in that, but I don't think it matters too much if one of them is double X. Just why aren't there more dragons? Why, we get with Dreamfire Rhaena, at least we get this idea that like Dreamfire Rhaena wasn't on Dragonstone, so she's kind of just flying around. She ends up on Dragonstone near the end of her life, but why there's not that many dragons. Okay. Do you still think Jenna will be regent? Someone suggested that the Tyrells will name Jaime regent in absentia and rule in his name while he's missing. I mean that's a funny it's a funny idea that Carmine and I were talking about, but I do think that it makes most sense that it would be Jenna, in the sense that it brings trouble with the Frey Civil War and stuff like that. I don't know. I do think that it's just like you go down the Lannister list, and that seems to be the next person in line to be regent. It just makes the most sense to me, and like has the most relevance to the plot. Like we got this entire Jaime chapter where Jenna was explaining like her whole political philosophy on the Riverlands and how this is a problem. So like something was set up with it. I mean, it could have just been George writing for the sake of writing, but I like to think that it was set up as something that was going somewhere. But like naming Jaime in absentia, like what I don't know. Would the Tyrell like are the Lannisters that stupid? Would they tolerate it? I don't know. I mean, George can write what he can write, but
yeah, you have to presume he's being efficient, similar to like the Barbary Dustin talking about maesters and not trusting letters and that kind of thing. With all the time Jenna has been given, you have to presume it's towards something. And
right.
Again, with Barbary Dustin or the House of Paul, like women rising to positions of authority during times of crisis because the men are all dead
gone. Yeah.
is
Seems to be
a
a
recurring
running
theme.
theme of Ice and Fire, that like once all the
Which
men are gone,
seems
we're just
which
with the
seems very
women.
set up with her.
Yeah. It'd just be too much fun too. It'd just be so fun.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
Stretch theory. Clegane will be killed by a butcher who had nothing to live for and had moved to the Quiet Isle, not far from where his son was killed. I mean, I don't know. Like Clegane, certainly felt guilty about what he did to Micah, and I think he's suffered enough in life. I think Clegane, like living the rest of his life and having his story be over on the Quiet Isle is a good ending for his story. I don't think there needs to be any more. Think about like resolving plots, and like the quick way to resolve a plot is to have the person just die, right? But it's a lot harder, which is why like people don't do it as much, to actually find a character in a good resolution point. And I think like the Hound's resolution is as good as it's going to get. Like I personally can't think of a way to pull him out and then have a better resolution for him than the one he got. I don't know, Alex. What do you think? Do you think there could be
I
anything?
completely agree. Like,
Yeah.
breaking the cycle of death is something that George constantly calls for with like Catelyn, like as its ironic chief proponent, but like Elia as well. And the Hound is a living example of that. And he's also an example of how it's not satisfying as the reader. Like, it's not satisfying necessarily for the reader because we're not getting Clegane Bowl. And you need to ask yourself, why do you want Clegane Bowl? Like, do you want it? Like, why do you want more death? Because it would be cool, or because it would be good for Sandor to kill his brother? Because his brother is already dead. his father's already
Yeah.
dead, he's already attainted, so he's not going to get any lands for it. It would just be for the violence. And yeah, violence is really cool, but it's not healthy. It's not good in itself.
You're actually touching on something that Carmine and I wanted to discuss when we're doing this like George Lucas, George R. Martin discussion, because one of the things we wanted to talk about was about um and this topic comes up a lot. What what the fans want versus what the author wants to create. And
Mm.
it's a very interesting thing because when you think about George Lucas created a bunch of movies that he wanted to create, and the fans got them and were like, "This isn't what we want," and there's this disconnect. Well, that's what the author created, you know. Um, and then they're angry, like, "Oh, you've ruined my childhood," you know. Like, we don't do this with other authors. Like, it's not like, like you go in and you look at a Michelangelo sculpture and you're like, "This isn't what I wanted to see." Like, you've ruined my childhood, Michelangelo. Like, the artist has created the art, and you as the consumer have no say in that. Like, you have just chosen to consume it. So this weird thing about, like, yeah, Clegane, like, what the fans want, like, we want Clegane Bowl, give us Clegane Bowl, and then the showrunners gave them Clegane Bowl, and that's a very odd thing that, like, consumers, in a consumer sense, like, demanding art, you know.
I think like George, I think has also grappled with this somewhat because in his early draft, like in that like infamous pitch letter or whatever it was, his summary where he talks about like Catelyn dying north of the wall to the others or whatever. I think in that he has Robb and Joffrey like meeting on the field of battle and fighting each other, and that doesn't just not happen. That can't have in any way, like the book as we saw it was never even going in that direction. Joffrey was never going to go into the field. He was never going to fight Robb. So that wasn't a change in direction mid-book. That was at its foundation. George was like, no, this isn't needed. This isn't satisfying. This doesn't achieve anything in itself. I'm going to do something different with Robb. I'm going to do something different with Joffrey. And if he did have an idea for Clegane Bowl, he has not gone with it because he is preferring closure and repentance to violence.
There is not a single seed for Clegane Bowl in the story, unless like, except for Sandor being alive. Like, that's it. Like, that's the only way you could look at it, is like, well, he's alive, and there's, Cersei wants a trial by combat, so I guess like that's the only way you can kind of force those pieces together. But
of course, that is not to say that the Hound and Robert Strong couldn't have a fight, because Lem Lemoncloak versus the like a R'hllor empowered Lem Lemoncloak versus like a warrior of light and life versus Gregor Clegane's reanimated corpse as this stand-in for the great other of this death and horrible cruelty. That would be dope. I would still consider that Clegane Bowl because it's the Mountain versus the Hound, but not quite.
But it's not the Mountain versus the Hound, because it's not even the Mountain, because he's an animated corpse, and it's not the Hound, right? Yeah, I also kind of know how they meet, though. I also think it's kind of funny if Robert Strong is actually just a dude named Robert Strong.
I can see the temptation to do that. Yeah,
it's a little too trolly.
Yeah.
It would be hilarious if everyone has a plan to kill Doran, tries it, and then he dies. Then he dies mysteriously in a way that he himself planned to further his own goals. That would be kind of funny. Like, they all, they go in, he's already committed suicide, and for whatever reason, to frame somebody else to like have his plans come to fruition. That would be rather funny. That it's like stolen from them. I'm like, the idea of like Arya going in to kill Walder Frey and finding that he's died happily in his sleep is also like
Mm,
like a
yeah.
brutal, like wonderful bit, like idea too. Like but
Yeah, because with Doran, his death, I guess, kind of similar to the Hound and the Mountain. Quentyn confronting Doran about his treatment would
mm,
be catharsis, but we have to ask: is there any explanation Doran can give that would be worth it? And if not, Doran, like Quentyn learning Doran's reasoning
mm,
doesn't necessarily require Doran. Like Ricaro could be like, "Oh, but he wanted this for you." Yeah, I don't care about that.
yeah,
Like, but that could happen at Doran's funeral, or
yeah,
like
yeah. I
with
mean,
Doran dead in the room.
you're right that it's almost more George R. R. Martin that Quentin would arrive wanting to confront his father, and he gets there, and his father's committed suicide, and he will never have closure, and he's just sitting there like, what the fuck? Like that, that kind of turmoil is so much more George than anything else. I mean, Theon will never have that moment with his dad. He's never gonna have it.
Exactly. Yeah. With Balon is already, we know Balon is dead,
Yeah.
unless he's not, unless he's maybe not dead. Like
He's been
Euron is actually Balon, but but yeah, no, Balon is probably dead.
like just
Um,
these crazy left this crazy to like turns of events. Like Balon faked his death and has is another huge factor in the war. Like what? Where is this coming from?
Yeah. But like if Doran doesn't get that reunion with Quentyn, I think Quentyn would still need to be in the room with his body for like
Mm.
literal dialogue to work of like him addressing the body and Ricaro, is it Ricaro or Ricasso? The blind steward,
Yeah, yeah,
and
yeah.
like
Ricasso, yeah.
fill in some details. But Doran being dead, I could see it working because yeah,
Yeah.
there's nothing he can say that will make it okay.
Yeah.
Nothing can justify what's happened to Quentyn.
Because I mean that's the and it's probably more realistic in probably George is writing his own life. Like Jamie never has any resolution with his father. Cersei never has any resolution with her father. Most of us don't get resolution with our parents because they die when unexpectedly. Like we don't get those like wonderful moments where you get to go into the hospital and have last words. Like no, they die unexpectedly, and you're like fuck, like. Ugh.
It
Like you just
occurs to
don't.
me that like with John and Ned or Rob and Ned or Bran and Ned, the most closure, face to face closure we've seen in A Song of Ice and Fire from father to son, is it Tyrion and Tywin in the privy? Is that a scene that George could literally be said to be taking a shit on the concept of closure?
That's yeah,
Is
yeah.
and like how it is, it doesn't work you. Like, it doesn't help you because Tyrion is now haunted by where do
By
whores
haunted,
go?
right?
Like
It's
that
never
closure
enough.
has, yeah,
Even if
it
you
didn't
had
fix
one of
him.
even if you had one of those closure moments from a movie, it would never be enough. You'd be like, oh, actually, I wanted a little more closure on something else. I forgot. But
Hmm.
um, yeah. Sorry, not enough Song of Ice and Fire question. But do you think J.D. Rockefeller was essential in making America become a powerful, self-sustaining economy? I don't think he was essential. I mean, Rockefeller, like, I mean, keep in mind, like, Rockefeller, like, founded my university and everything. So, like, I have some good feelings towards Rockefeller. Um, Even though, like, these, these American, uh, uh, like super rich guys um, who made all of their money off of like railroads and such, like and we're just we're richer than the U.S. government. They probably shouldn't have they shouldn't have existed in the first place. We're lucky that the ones we got decided to do things like founding universities rather than the ones we have today who buy Twitter and shoot themselves into space for no reason or whatever. Like like or act just insane. Like I don't think he was essential. I think the United States was a powerful, self-sustaining economy before Rockefeller. I think concentrating wealth into individuals isn't a smart idea because they can be insane and do just crazy nut stuff. Geez. This week, like everybody's been talking about, Elon Musk was on Joe Rogan, and Joe Rogan asked him, "Yeah, so why'd you buy Twitter?" And he's like, "Well, if you go to San Francisco and you see like San Francisco, you can see the the kind of like mindset that like led to how that city has become, and Twitter was just like spreading it to the rest of the world, and you're just like, you went to San Francisco and saw some homeless people, and so you thought that like it was Twitter's fault? Like homeless people are Twitter's fault? Like what? Like what's wrong with you? Like that was $50 billion. Like what's no amount of money should be like concentrated in one insanely stupid person, So like Rockefeller, he did a lot of great stuff. He did. But I don't think he was essential. No. I think the market and resources and things like that are stronger by itself than the choices of these individuals. What will be Daario's role in future stories? In the show, he doesn't really do much besides saving Dany and then ruling the city after she leaves. You are so I don't know if I really want to spoil like what I was planning on doing in Tyrion 3, but like I don't know. I don't know about like, generally speaking, a lot of like Dany's companions. She's got a lot of companions floating around. A lot when you start like counting them up, because you're like, oh, Ago, Ricaro, Jogo, Eerie, Jeekwe, Hero, Grey Worm, Daario, Strong Belwas, Missandei. You start going down the list and you're like, holy fuck, like she's just collected person after person. Resnack, like Hisdar. How many get to follow her? And not to mention like Tyrion and Quentyn and Victarion and all these people that Arch and Drink, all these people that are like around her. I don't think they're like all necessary. And a lot of these characters need to either die or disappear or have some sort of resolution or something. I somewhat appreciated, weirdly, the show's resolution on Daario. I thought it made sense, but I don't know if like show Daario is a much better human being than book Daario, and I would never want to see book Daario ruling Meereen. While show Daario like was much better. It was just, I don't know. I mean, he did not nearly have the savage edge of book Daario. So I don't want to spoil too much. I have an idea of what to do with Daario that I think is interesting. And so, but I don't know if George has any plan. But generally speaking, Dany has a lot of characters that kind of need to be culled a little bit, because you can't handle the number of people following around Dany. Like nobody else has this,
I mean, Daario's he is an embodiment of Dany's worst potential futures, in that she's like indulging in violence, not caring about politics or like public perception, breaking your word, all sorts of things. And so either he dies as a symbol of Dany moving beyond that, or he is, I guess, empowered and facilitates bad Dany. Maybe not mad Dany, but bad Dany. Or he dies and lingers on to haunt Dany as like someone she wants to continue following even in death. Like just killing him wouldn't necessarily be a solution, but her perception of Daario, I think, should influence how she conducts herself in the future, whether he's alive or dead.
And let's be honest, like Daario, even though Daario is interesting and all, and he's a character, he's not anybody that really has his own agency in the story. He exists to be Dany's fuck toy. Like he exists to be the bad boy that she happens to have at this point in the story until she moves on to a more important relationship later on, which most people like presumed would be Jon and things like this in George's original plan, right? Like Daario, like we kind of understand that Daario is transitory. He's not like he's not something that should be with Dany to the end. He is just a bimbo, right? Like he's a very interesting bimbo, but he's just a bimbo. Like he's just somebody for Dany to fuck. And so I don't know. I have some interesting ideas with him, but I don't think he has much of a future, like in the story. And neither did the people in the show. I mean, the showrunners left him in Marine. You know, surprising that he wasn't killed. You know, but so yeah, I think the showrunners did about as well as you could with Daario. You know, that's like a rare compliment to give to Dan and Dave. But also the actor of Daario was so likable.
Michel Poussin.
Second Daario.
Great,
First Daario.
great actor. yeah,
man. Why do you think the Weeper has 80,000? In a Song of Storm of Swords prologue, John 10, it said that the Wildlings have 30 to 40,000. Only Satin claims that there are 100,000. Some died or went to Hardhome, Then, and Tormund too. Well, so the 100,000 figure, yeah, you've got Satin. You also have Stannis saying that he was fighting against a force that was 20 times his number. And so like adding up, like I think there was like some calculations that like Stannis running at the wall had about 5,000 people with him or something. But even like lowballing that, but again, like maybe Stannis was exaggerating to Theon. We don't know. But he does say, I think he says 20 times my number. Yeah, he says, I smashed Mance Raider at the wall, though he had 20 times my numbers. But so even if you're, claiming that Stannis only has 4,000, that's 80,000, or 3,000, that's 60,000. So we are dealing with like, obviously we're getting contradictory numbers. A lot of the hosts that we get contradictory numbers, but I admit that this is probably the most variance that we're going to see in a host in size. But so one, headcanon, you could say, well, when some people are giving certain numbers, they're talking about the fighters, and maybe the 100,000 number is like the women and children and old people that aren't fighting or something, to try to reconcile the numbers. But if we're saying, like, I think the most important thing is just that the Weeper has the lion's share, because Tormund has about 5,000, and then I don't know if they say how many went with Mother Mole, but let me see here if they just real quick checking to see if he just says thousands of those who fled the battle are desperate enough to believe her. So I mean, it's like, I suppose she, how many does she have? I don't know, thousands. So when I kind of said 80,000, I was just kind of taking that number, saying how many did Tormund have? 5,000 or something. How many died? How many went with Mother Mole? 5,000, 10,000.
If I'm thinking of the right thing, the context in which you said 80,000 was like who could decide the Battle of Ice. And I think what matters is the Weeper has a comically large number of people, or at the very least, the most number of people. Like whether it's 50,000, 80,000, he has enough to justify whatever plot twist George wants the Wildlings to facilitate, while also, oh God, we don't want all of them to become whites. Like that's the role he plays as the kingmaker almost.
And that really does seem to be it. It's either the Weeper is going to come in with a Wildling army that's so much larger than whoever wins the Battle of Ice that he's going to overwhelm them, or he's going to be turned into whites, and the white army is going to overwhelm whoever
Yeah.
they are. You know, like, but it's clearly that group, whether they're dead, whether they're alive or dead. It's clearly the Weepers group that's going to eventually win the North. Um, it just seemed like, how can you ignore this like absolutely enormous like mass of humanity, um, so, but yeah, the exact numbers are not really that important. It's just that he's got the most by far, clearly, head and shoulders. Um, let's see. Sir Lampert Turnberry swears to bring Cersei to Cersei, the head of Tyrion. Kind of random, but will Lambert make an appearance in the fanfic in some capacity? I'm going to let me see.
He's not the guy who puts his foot in a bowl of gravy, is it? No, I think that guy's a Fossaway.
Yeah, I think
No.
I took the Fossaway guy and I put him in the fanfic. I think he's the one that appears in the
Yeah.
Hotep chapters.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay, from the wiki, Lambert Turnberry. He's the highest from his name. What's funny is his name sounds so close to the wild cards character, the great and powerful turtle, but it's not quite that, because that's also a house of ice and fire. Because is there a Turdberry? Who is the great and powerful?
I hope not.
To look up great and powerful turtle. It's like Thomas Tudberry. Yeah, pretty close to Turdberry. I think in the story, the people that mock him called him Turdberry or something. Thomas Tudberry, but this is Lampert Turnberry. But I think there's already a house Tudberry too, named after the great and powerful turtle. But this seems like he's naming another one. Turnberry, Tudberry, anyway. He approaches Cersei Lannister and he says he's going to bring him the head of Tyrion. He wears a patch over his right eye and swears he will not remove it until Tyrion is dead. Jaime Lannister spots Lampert riding in a Quentyn in the Red Keep. He's seen at court with Marjorie. During this torture, the Blue Bard is forced to list those he claims, and Lampert's name is on the list. And so he's sent to the dungeons. And that's it. Okay.
The false one eye is, I think, at least for me, the most interesting part about that, given how many one-eyed characters.
Bloodraven reference kind of thing.
Well, I was getting a Beric Dondarrion thing of like, but yeah, like there's so many one-eyed characters, right. And that's actually the video script that I'm working on that I do want to have be my like first theory video, is just connecting all these different like cannibal cults is what I'm calling them, led by these one-eyed, half-dead figures as like one of many images that are associated with them, like mapping them together.
You are right, because once he comes out of the black cell, because everybody that comes out of the cells comes out emaciated. Like every single one, right? So like when he comes out of those cells, he's going to look like Beric Dondarrion, Bloodraven.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess Crow's Food is not emaciated, but he's one-eyed. I'm trying to think of some other ones. Oh, the other one. There's another Jack Be Lucky. Is he also one-eyed?
Yeah. He's one-eyed and messed up in other ways. Like the Be Lucky, I think, is a reference to how much horrible stuff he's been through.
As if the Brotherhood Without Banners didn't the Brotherhood Without Banners had like two dudes that pretty much look the fucking same.
Yeah, but like it's impressive how many, like I consider the crone like One Eye, the crone of Face Dothrak, like she's an old woman, but she's not necessarily half a corpse. But because they're all widows, they're all also inextricably linked with death. and there's just so many, like this archetype is recurring across and obviously the kindly man with the
Yeah,
worm
yeah,
in his eye. Like
yeah.
there's
That's right.
so
The guy with
many
the
of
worm in
them
his
that I'm
eyes.
trying to map them together and see what's being said there. And
Yeah, I mean,
just seeing this
it's
guy
this whole
fake.
like Odin thing of like you lose one
Mhm.
eye, but you gain more wisdom or something with it. Is this whole
Yeah.
idea that if you somehow are smarter without the eye, you
Yeah.
know?
So that's clearly a thing that George thinks about. And so seeing this guy fake being one-eyed, like that's interesting to me. Of like as a symbolic empty gesture, he is
Yeah,
feigning wisdom or feigning uh, companionship with these significant liminal figures.
yeah, you're right.
Um,
Oh, I mean, and we also totally forgot Euron.
of
Fucking
course, the new dark god of death and
yeah.
drowning. Like, yeah, um,
Uh,
yeah,
it's interesting that I mean he's too good for all the people that have been like taken are too interesting of characters not to be in the fanfic and not to come back and be significant in some way. So he's coming back. I mean, now that we've talked about him, he's fascinating. Um, but I'd like to have something exciting with him. Man, this dude can't just can't just have him die now.
hmm. I do wonder if because the cannibal cult theory that I'm working on basically proposes that George has this archetype of a cannibal cult that seeks to consume POV characters, and
Yeah.
each cannibal cult has a range of motifs and symbols that constantly recur. Like in each one, like the leader is asymmetrical in some ways because like Bergdon Darien has one eye, which is the big one, but Catelyn is also has half red hair, half white hair, which
Mm,
itself evokes Jack and Hagar back in A
right.
Clash of Kings. Um, and so I'm wondering if you could turn Marjorie's not accusers, but like that band of men that have been imprisoned is being slowly turned into another cannibal cult that is seeking to consume either Marjorie or Cersei. Like not consciously, they're not conspiring, but in the narrative of the plot, those characters are going to drag down and remove the identity of or the privileged position of either Cersei or Marjorie. Um, Now that they're gaining these motifs of half dead, one eyed, and there's a few other ones, but it's a bit off
Yeah,
topic.
yeah.
But yeah, hmm.
Okay. Got something on this. Hancock, Graham Hancock is a grifter and a fake. Just saying. I've never heard this guy. He's this weird guy on YouTube who before America, the key to Earth's lost civilization. Um, there were giants then. Oh, is this talking about the giants of the Bible and things like that, and trying to make sense of the mythology of the Bible? Yeah, there's just some funny things. I think they're called the Nymphidians, the giants of the Bible, and the inconsistency that they're going to have an antediluvian Nymphidians and um, post flood Nymphidians and things like that. There's just so many weird explanations, but it's so different because at least like when you're at least when it like theorizing about ice and fire, which is fun, and we kind of understand that it's fun and that there's head canon and there's stuff that we're imagining and there's stuff that we think that George actually thought about and whatever. But like if you're actually like a religious zealot, like you don't think that. You think it's all true. You think it's all like absolute truth. I could who I don't know how to exist in that world. Um what is the benefit of all the current wars with time traveling Bran? Is to show the issues with the monarchy. Um,
Hmm.
that's some good questions, and I think the I've thought about this a bit, and there's because obviously you have like time traveling Bran. You'd think if his whole point of time traveling would be to stop the others, But what if like time traveling Bran stopped the others and then like continued on meddling, and was doing stuff beyond that, which the show actually like hints at, right? Um, that that not only in his pursuit of like stopping the others, like he orchestrated everything to be king in the end. He gives that line, "Why do you think I came all this way?"
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. um, but I think the wars. But giving a more like immediate answer about this, Bran needs to get out of the pit, and he needs to get out. And in order to get out of the pit, he wouldn't. Well, first of all, he needs to somehow get to the tree, and then to get to the tree that early in life, when he's still a young boy. Um, See, now I'm starting. Starting the whole thing. Imagine now, old man Bran, original timeline. Old man Bran, or fully grown Bran, is 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 not getting out of that pit. He keeps trying to climb, and the ice shelves keep breaking off, and he keeps dying. He thinks, okay, maybe if I were lighter, I could get out there, And then he tries again. He tries to get himself to go to the pit when he's lighter, and he still can't do it. And then he's like, okay, what if I try to go there and I try to advance myself in my abilities earlier, and so I've got to put myself into a coma. But how do I even leave if my parents are going to be fucking cramping my style? I need to have my father go south. I need to like start these wars in order to have like everybody leave and go south, so I'm able to fuck off and go north of the wall. And you start getting these little things, and then you're like, okay, like how do I get Mira up there to help me? How do I get Hodor up there to help me? How do I get? And then the idea is like, is is Ghost going to help him? And how do I get Ghost? Well, I've got to create chaos in order to have like Jon become Lord Commander and all sorts of different things. So, these little events that that even in a micro sense to get him out of that pit need to happen. So you could just say all these wars are to help like Bran get out of the fucking pit, but it could also be that he's creating all these wars so that Dany has an easier time coming in with her dragons because he wants to use those dragons. So time traveling Bran could have a lot of different reasons, but time travel never makes sense though, so it's hard to really
Yeah,
articulate.
I've got lots of questions about time traveling Bran, but they can't come out now. It would be too much. Just so many whys, so many whys.
Yeah, I know. But mainly it's like Bran's got to get out of the pit, and then Bran's got to save the fucking world. And he's been trying everything, and so he's just been like, generally speaking, it's Groundhog's Day. You think the children use the Weirwood net to body snatch powerful green seers like Bloodraven and Bran? Is that really Bloodraven in the head of this, possibly the future of Bran having body snatch? I don't think body snatch is the right word, like, but I think like you're right that like, I mean, when I think body snatch, you think that like they're taking control over them immediately, but it's more that they're like luring them up to like join the net, which I suppose is body snatching in a different way, but like they're not like taking control of them right there, but they're like luring people north in order to join the net, so um they have some sort of vessel to connect with like other human beings, another telepath. um you've got this powerful living telepath that's connected to the net. And I was really thinking about this a lot with like a song for Leah, where even though I specifically asked George about this and he said I don't remember, I wrote it too long ago, but like in that story, the alien race was just living their life on the planet and then a human joined with the Grishka, and then all of a sudden a whole bunch of humans started converting. And it was, I was like, oh, like once the thing got one human, he could like easily communicate to the other humans and pull them in. And so I kind of the same kind of idea that the children are pulling in humans so that the humans can communicate telepathically with the other humans easier.
It could be that I think it would be best, obviously, to leave it ambiguous, as
Yeah.
ambiguous as you can while still being satisfying. But taking that Song for Leah idea and translating it to Ice and Fire, it could be that Bloodraven was taken in, and he has given the children the like intellectual or conceptual tools to better manipulate humanity. Of like that guy in the first convert to the Grishka
Mm.
possibly brought with him the concept of conversion and the concept of evangelism, which until then the Grishka hadn't had because it was the default. And since he, by being a convert, brought with him the concept of converting, more converts were sought. And similarly,
Mm.
Bloodraven has given children the idea, oh wait, we can manipulate people. We can lie, which beforehand, for one reason or other, the children may not have considered.
Yeah. Um, and actually, one of my original ideas on how I would end everything about having like one person cause an entire system and make a difference in it. And I was reminded about I don't know if you ever watched Star Trek Deep Space Nine, but at the end
Oh,
of Star
love
Trek
it.
Deep Space Nine, like Odo, even though he's just one drop in the
Mm-hmm.
ocean of changelings, like not just that he has the cure to solve them, but that his mentality, the love he felt for Kira and the love he felt for non-changeling races and that he learned,
Mm-hmm.
like was communicated and changed the entire ocean of changelings into not being warlike. um
Yeah, like the ocean became the drop, and then the
yeah,
drop became the ocean.
right, like we always think of the ocean being overwhelmed, like we always think of the drop being overwhelmed by the ocean, but in this situation could the drop overwhelm the ocean?
Mm.
And so like, I always had this idea of like what like enlightened person at the end of the story could like enter the net and like
It's
change.
oh,
Could it be Sansa like entering the net at the end that like changes
ge-
everything? If
genuinely,
yeah.
I've thought about this. I think Theon, if Bran and Bloodraven are like with in Theon 1 are wanting Theon to be sacrificed at the tree, or if Bran in I think it's the Ghost of Winterfell, whatever
Mm,
chapter where he sees Bran in the Weirwood, and uh, Theon feels compelled to attack Rowan, but thinks better of it because that would have ended up with him dying. If Bran wants Theon dead, I do wonder if that's because Theon has been through the perfect kind of life to show the children, yeah, humanity is capable of a lot of weird stuff, and ultimately they are remorseful. Like Theon, I think, is the perfect candidate for what you're describing personally, just
mm.
because all of humanity has at some point been through him. Like being hyperbolic, I know, but
Yeah,
like
yeah, yeah.
he's
And
got so much going on.
and everything changes, and then and then all the children start wanting to hit on their older sisters.
Only if they don't know it's their older sisters. That's crucial. That's crucial. Um, but
um
yeah.
yeah, no, it's possible. I think all of the characters are like there's capability of a lot of the characters changing the world in that sense. So I'd always just thought about it as Sansa, but like it could be anybody. It could be Theon, it could be Brienne, it could be Davos. Like
Hmm.
all these people, that the experiences that they've gone through, changing everything. Um, Thanks for Prince of Darkness recommendation. Better than I expected. What's your interpretation of the ending? Did the figure change from earlier dreams? Um, Now it's been a long time since I've seen the movie, but I do remember. Obviously, the ending is so salient that it's uh it's of course, something like I absolutely remember. And I think the main debate that people have over this movie is whether or not the vision was always the same or if the vision changed with the actions of the characters in the story or not. Um, in this movie, these characters are receiving dreams of a video broadcast in the future, and there's this shadowy figure in it, and they're not sure like who the shadowy figure is, and then a bunch of random shit happens, and some people are pushed through some portals, and then all of a sudden in the last scene, like you finally get to see like the shadowy figure, and the figure is one of the women that was like pushed through one of these portals, and you're just like, oh fuck, you know. And I think that's like the debate that people have is like, did the visions change? Did the visions not change? Was it always the same vision? Was it self-fulfilling circle or what? And I think, you know, obviously like it's just supposed to be creepy and we're supposed to left wondering, but it's a very dark, like sad ending, right? Like you don't think it, like you kind of feel like they failed in the end. That whatever they were trying to do, they failed, and that she, you know, I think she's that woman's gonna come and she's gonna be like she certainly looks evil at the end. That when the day comes, there's um, she's gonna bring destruction, and they failed to stop it in the end. I think that, you know, so, but it's so I think it's like the like in that sense it doesn't matter. Like I think it's a sad ending, and the world is going to end or whatever. But the question is whether or not they changed time or if it was just never like the vision was the same the whole time. Which I guess it doesn't matter. They failed. Did they cut self-fulfilling prophecy? What? Um, but nonetheless, Prince of Darkness, very creepy, very cool movie. Um, is it possible that Dany's having a seizure? The stars are flashing lights of a seizure aura, and Quaithe is a hallucination versus using a glass candle. Certainly. I mean, I'm trying to think. Like the whispering of stars. I don't know if like flashing lights of a seizure aura. I don't know if she like sees it like that. I have a good friend who goes through seizures, and I've asked him like, do you they say that people have seizures in two different ways. You either black out or white on. And it's like you either like don't remember anything or you go full like super aware of everything kind of thing. Um and he, you know, my friend blacks out, so he doesn't see anything interesting or anything like that. But I have heard about, you know, these people that they go white on and everything is just like and they feel like they're gods, and they actually start saying things like, oh, like if I'm feeling like this is probably like what Muhammad like felt or whatever when he received visions from God or whatever, you know, that it was something like that. But I don't know if George was thinking about, maybe he was thinking about seizures. He brings the seizures up obviously a bit. It could be. It could be. Like I don't know. You know, I think about like the blood tasting in the mouth. Are they tasting metal from a seizure, or
Like senses,
yeah,
the victim or target's senses definitely seem to be expanded whenever the
yeah,
mind opening uh, happens. Like most notably with not Milk of the Poppy, Shade of the
mm,
Evening, that tastes like a bunch of stuff and seems to accentuate your perceptions of stuff. But I think also the light of the glass candle, when Sam sees it, I feel like it's described as a different kind of light, not necessarily a purer kind, but
yeah,
it throws the colors into being more of themselves or something. Like it makes them starker
mm,
and like accentuates them, which could actually just be his mind experiencing sharper senses, sensory overload of some kind.
What's funny is that now that I'm like talking through it, the blacking out or the whiting on like is what all of the characters experience. Like
With
John,
missing time.
yeah,
Yeah.
John's Catelyn like missing time, but then the other people have like accentuated experiences of like overwhelming feelings. It could be it. Could be something like that George was thinking about. Hmm. Um, your thoughts on the Sansa's Cloud Castle visions? A Song of Ice, A Storm of Swords, Sansa 4. Do the colors in the clouds mean anything? Written so beautifully. Well, I'm going to bring up this exact text here. Hold on a second. What's funny is that the fandom does talk about certain dreams more than others, and sometimes there's like various dreams that are rather forgotten that no one ever talks about that appear here and there. Um, let's see here. There it is. She threw back the shutters and shivered as goose prickles rose along her arms. There were clouds massing the eastern sky, pierced by a shaft of sunlight. They looked like two huge castles afloat in the morning sky. Sansa could see their walls of tumbled stone, their mighty keeps and barbicans. Wispy banners swirled from atop their towers and reached for the fast fading stars. The sun was coming up behind them, and she watched them go from black to gray to 1,000 shades of rose and gold and crimson. Soon the wind mussed them together, and there was only one castle where there had been two.
I agree that it's beautiful.
Yeah. It's just like, um, hmm. Two castles mushing together to become one.
Personally,
I mean, obviously we think of the
um,
twins when we think two castles, but like mushing together to
mm,
become one. Like, what's the? That's a.
well,
I've never heard anyone talk about
yeah,
talk
no.
about this. Yeah, it's just you're right that it's astoundingly weird and time wasting. Like if it doesn't mean anything.
It's well, it's art. It's beautiful. That's not a waste of time. But
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
genuinely, it to me an immediate reading, having not like having clearly forgotten about this passage from when I read it.
yeah.
It sounds like a description of the notion of factions having like different colors and allegiances, and then coming together on a field of 1,000 shades of rose, gold, and crimson, being some kind of war, conflict, bloodshed, and at the end of it, there is only one where there had been two. So it's
Mm,
basically Sansa envisioning war in the
yeah,
future.
yeah. I quickly like Googled some Reddit, and some people, one person commented like it could be like marriages coming together and becoming like two houses becoming one,
Mhm.
two hearts
Mm,
becoming one. Like so it could be love, it could be war, it could be both. But um, but yeah.
yeah.
What?
Just as a Sansa's having a vision of the concept of thesis, antithesis, and synthesis of just
Yeah, it's true too.
in
Um,
microcosm.
fast fade. Black to gray to 1,000 shades of rose and gold and crimson. Man, I mean, then she says that the doors opened. The maids brought her the hot bath. She said there's a castle in the sky. Come see, there's a castle in the sky. Um, they came to look. It's made of gold. Shay had short dark hair and bold eyes. She did all that was asked of her. A Castle all of gold. There's a site I'd like to see. I mean, in that sense, are we talking about like the rose and gold and crimson? Is that supposed to be a Lannister idea? And then like the black and gray, is that supposed? I don't. I mean, it's what's black. I mean, Winterfell is white and gray, right? So like
Harrenhal,
Harrenhal.
old black fallen over ruins. But like, if you've got Sansa seeing one thing, Shay seeing a different thing, and I think Brella is her name,
Yeah.
seeing yet a third thing, I think it's kind of a Rorschach test of,
Right.
oh, this is a very broad metaphor for some kind of change merger, and there can be only one at the end of it, and different characters are seeing different things. It's like a meditation on
Mm.
perception, which is very important for Sansa.
Yeah, a castle is the tower's tumbling over. Looks like it's all ruins. That is. Well, I mean, now that we're talking about ruins, it does sound more like Harrenhal, right?
Mm.
Unless we're talking about Tumble Down Tower, where Bran is at this point in the
It's
story.
always Bran. It's always Bran,
Bran
isn't it? It's
Bran is a
always
Tumble Down
Bran.
Tower. Um, Bran did
Yeah,
not
like
want
a
to hear
Castle
about
of
falling
Gold,
towers and ruined castles.
like Castle of Gold, Castle Rock, Castle of Ruins and tumble down stuff is Harrenhal, like Tyrion, Littlefinger. It's
Yeah,
it's all the possible futures of Sansa's life, and
yeah. I
like
mean,
as
I
a
suppose you
Rorschach
could say
test.
because at the time of Sansa 4, she's married to Tyrion, and so her future is supposed to be to go to Casterly Rock. So like her future is supposed to be to go to a castle of gold, but in fact the castle becomes this ruined castle. So her future is going to Harrenhal. Maybe maybe I don't. Could be anything. Could be anything, but it's fun nonetheless. um, Also, Tom Riker talk last episode reminded me of Christopher Nolan's The Prestige. Have you seen it? Found the Wolverine uh, Angier revelation wonderfully dark. I have seen The Prestige. I quite like The Prestige. Um, it's I don't know the the Wolverine Angier your um thing. Is that
Well,
this
like Wolverine,
just
the
because
guy who plays,
he plays Wolverine?
yeah,
I,
and like the
yeah,
revelation at the end of, I guess, spoilers for the Prestige, but like
yeah, yeah.
the the machine.
Mm. It's a it's a very I think it's a wonderful movie. I liked it a lot. It's very trippy, and it's amazing that the movie ever got made. Just because it's so weird. Um, and it does make you just think about like what is consciousness, and like if you could actually double yourself, like which one would you appear in, and things like that, and like the dedication that people have to things, and um, it's a it's a good one. Yeah, this was the Tom Riker discussion because when he got cloned, like which one would have his soul. I mean, in a sense, like we all think of ourselves continuing on, but yeah, maybe we die every moment, and a new person is just existing every moment that has the memories of who came before. But essentially, like we die every moment. So, but yeah, if you were doubled, like which one would you appear in? I don't know. you know, it's a great movie. It's a great
I
movie.
think there's a game called Soma, which is by the same people who did Amnesia: The Dark Descent.
Mm,
I don't know if you've heard of either of those, but
I have.
in I won't get too into Soma because I do think it's worth exploring, but it does involve robots, AI, uh, transferring consciousness across, like digitizing a consciousness, and the concept of the coin toss, where if you copy a consciousness, there's a coin toss on whether you will be the original or whether you will be the copy,
Hmm.
and it explores losing the coin toss, and that kind of thing.
Yeah. On George R. R. Martin in Palestine, reproducing such a vague quote is just cowardly when trying to be pro-Palestinian while thousands are being killed daily. Um, hmm. I don't know. I mean, I think George R. R. Martin's um. I mean, I don't know if we're talking about like George R. R. Martin's cowardliness or my own, but I'm not trying to be cowardly. Like, I'm pretty pro-Palestinian. Like, I think like they should be given equal rights, and that there shouldn't be religious states, and that um like I've been to the West Bank 5 times, and lived in Jordan 2 years. Like, I have a lot of sympathy for the Palestinian cause. Now on George, like if it's George being cowardly, I mean, I'm taking a quote from George in the '80s, and the political situation um, with Israel and Palestine was very different then. Or are we talking about like George's quote that he did recently about how like nations don't exist? Um, and you gotta understand that like for an American like George, and I won't say that George's like quote is cowardly. I think George's quote was precise and deliberate, and because as an American, especially an American in a position of power, um, everything that you say is like going to be taken out of context and used against you and things like that. And so like George was being very precise and clever in what he was saying and not saying. Because if he just comes out and is just like, yeah, you know, we got to maybe there shouldn't be religious states, and we should stop killing like Palestinians, like Palestinian children. People would like it would be like headlines, and everyone would be like boycotting his books and calling him an anti-Semite and all this kind of stuff. Like we all know that this like that's what happens when you take like a public position one way or the other uh, on Israel Palestine. Like for a nobody like me, I can say whatever, and people don't like you know people don't give a shit. But like for a public figure like that, people fucking go bonkers. They go bonkers. Like kids at universities are like losing their jobs because they sign petitions one way or the other. Like, come on. Like, so I don't think George R. R. Martin was being cowardly. I think he was being like a public figure that has to be very careful in what he's saying. So it's a horrible world that we live in. It's a horrible world that we live in, that like thousands are dying, and you know it's just there's not much that we can do, and it's but um it's also like in the realist perspective, like it's also just it's such an emotional issue, and people with on interests people with interests like can blacklist you, like by taking like strong public opinions if you're in a position of power. No one wants that. Yeah, is it cowardly? I don't know. I mean, in the sense that like, okay, if you've got like tens of millions of dollars or whatever, you can kind of do whatever you want. Like, um, hundreds of millions of dollars. I suppose like J.K. Rowling like doesn't give a fuck and just says whatever she fucking wants. I suppose. And maybe George could do the same, but he's pushing the same message carefully and subversively. Um, but like if he actually just came out and said, maybe we shouldn't be like uh killing Palestinian children, people would misinterpret him, and they would like shut him down and just be like, that guy's an anti-Semite, and then they like he would lose his voice. But if he pushes the same message but said differently, like there shouldn't be nations, like like it gets to the same point if you actually read into it. But he's just I don't know. I think he was just being a little savvier. It's very, very difficult to be a public person and be political about this issue. So I don't know. I understand the anger. It's like you want allies. You want people to be able to say like the emperor has no clothes and things like this. I get it. I do. But it's these public figures are just people will attack them. If Bran revives other Brans, is he be Raisin Bran? Oh, well, thank you for the the ridiculous joke to follow up the tough tough spicy politics thing. But
Yeah, tone reestablished.
I know, right? Oh, yeah. His Raisin Brands. Top and bottom tier presidents. Oof. I mean,
I'm so glad Tyr is there.
I know, right? He's S tier. That guy is fucking. Um. So here's the thing. This is these ideas about like historical figures are really tough to. Once you get out of the modern era, it's tough to say that you admire a political figure because in the past people did some other weird fucking crazy shit like owning slaves and having sex with slaves and being racists and things like this, like so it's once you go like into the past, it's really it's hard. But the presidents I tend to really respect, I mean, and think were really important. Obviously, I think FDR is, rather significant. I think that domestically, I like Lyndon Johnson quite a bit. I do not like his Vietnam situation, but like domestically, I think he was an incredible president. There's some others. I think Teddy Roosevelt was a great president. I think Lincoln handled things as well as one could in a Civil War situation. And I think Jefferson was great before being president. I don't necessarily think he was very great at being president, but I think Washington was very respectable, especially with the concept of stepping down after 2 terms and starting that trend until it was actually like destroyed by Teddy Roosevelt running for a third term. So, I mean, it's funny because it's like the ones that appear on the money seem to be the really good presidents, with the exception of Jackson. Man, there's an F tier, F tier, F tier president. Though Jackson, as horrible as a human being he did Jacksonian democracy was an important step for America. So, I know, Alex. I'm talking like crazy American history, and then out of order, I'm talking about it. But like,
I mean, I'm familiar with Andrew Jackson, and I'm not surprised that he did great things for certain Americans and terrible things for others. That kind of makes sense in its own way, given his views.
So prior to so the what makes Jackson so evil was his Trail of Tears and how he acted as a general and things like that, and his treatment to American Indians. But the big thing that Jackson did, and it was for selfish reasons, but it was very important, is that prior to Jackson, we talk about the comparison of Jeffersonian democracy to Jacksonian democracy. Jeffersonian democracy was this idea that only landowners could vote. And this was Jefferson's idea about what he wanted America to be. Like when Jefferson thought of America, he thought that we would all be our own farmers or rich agricultural people, like having our plantations. And that each of those people got to vote because they're the ones invested in the world because they have this land and they're producing things and this idea.
And everyone else didn't count.
Right. But also like, and so when he was talking about, like when Jefferson talked about democracy, it was very different. But of course he also was like thinking that we were going to be like an agrarian society forever, which, is just obviously not what happened. Jackson was the first that was like, no, everyone should be able to get to vote. Of course he knew this because like they would vote for him. But like, he's like, everyone should be able to vote.
Also, when he said everyone, I mean, everyone had a pretty weighty asterisk at the end of it as well.
Oh yeah. I mean, besides women and black people, yeah. So like, then obviously like it changes, but it's still a very important step to go from landowner to non-landowner, because once you break that dam down, one could make the argument that Jackson breaking that dam down like caused everything else eventually, and that it was inevitable.
What's that great quote? Light and dark in equal measure. Is that how Damon's described? Yeah, no, I don't think that quite works with Jackson. He seems like a monster, but that. So
I mean, I definitely think that Jackson should be removed from our money, and that he was a horrible guy. I do like I'm all for him being replaced with Harriet Tubman on the $20 bill in America, but I'm also not going to say that like. Jacksonian democracy was an important step for America. So the thing is, like, all these great men are wrapped up in their controversies. Carmine, how are you?
I am not staying for long. I am not staying for long.
Wait.
By the way, I don't know if you know this. Yeah. I'm a landowner in Scotland, believe it or not, from Established Titles, which, by the way, is the sponsor of today's live stream. Real quick, I came on to let you know. George just posted a meme on Twitter, and I don't know if I'm upset or impressed.
What? Oh no!
It's so self-aware. It's so funny and self-aware of a tweet.
What everyone thinks I'm doing all day. And then it's him actually like writing or him making a note.
Yeah. Not at the computer, but
Yeah. Do we screenshot it? Are people zooming in and going on?
Oh, like the Asha fragment.
Yeah. No, there's not enough to get anything. That's too bad. Carmine said that like, because this is usually when Carmine sleeps, because it's what, like noon?
No, it's not. No, it's not. Why do you say that? No, it is not.
When do you sleep, motherfucker? When do you sleep?
When do I sleep? Don't worry about when I sleep, all right? I sleep, okay?
Carmine regularly sends me messages at like 7 p.m. my time, which I know is like 6 a.m. his time. And I'm like, what the fuck? Like, what? How are you not asleep? But
first off, you know why I'm not asleep. I have to wake up early so we can fucking record because you're busy. Yeah.
Well, real quick, because you don't like it when the world outside is making noise.
Actually, I'm in a new community, so it's fine now. Before you move on in their super chat, someone made a good point. How come the what was it? How come the dead Brans didn't disappear when the timeline reset?
Well, that was a vision, right?
Yeah.
They weren't actually there.
Oh, damn, I thought it was a plot hole. Fuck. All right, I'm on you, motherfuckers. I'm on you. All right, I'm gonna bounce out of here. But I'm on to you guys. I'm looking for those plot holes.
Carmine, how's the search for a Star Wars expert for our incredible upcoming George and George Star Wars discussion?
Bro, how could you fucking tell people? How could you tell people we're working on that? Come on, it was supposed to be a fucking surprise. Why would you say this out loud?
people find out. This is gonna be the
Who's gonna fucking? It was a conversation between you and me. Who was gonna tell other than one of us?
Someone always tells.
I know. Someone always tells.
I'm debating like this is gonna sound stupid, but it's true. If we get the guy we talked about getting on, then my chance of talking to Star Wars Theory declines dramatically because they both hate each other. So if I talk to Theory, then my chances of getting that guy on for us, that declines dramatically as well because they fucking hate each other.
I don't think we're gonna get Theory. I don't think Theory wants to talk to us. First of all, like Theory seems like, I don't know. Theory doesn't seem like he would be. I think he'd be walking into a trap. We'd have too many arguments for him, and his head would explode.
See, I don't think the thing is, I don't think Theory's a grifter like Nerdrotic or Critical Drinker. I think he's
no, he's not. I mean,
Star
it takes
Wars
a lot to be a fucking grifter on the level of those motherfuckers. But like, Theory is just like, it's just honestly like, look, I thought Andor was boring. Like that's it. Like,
he calls it Anbor. And he says Andor is for people who went to film school who like to eat their cheese while twiddling their mustache. He just found it boring. He reminds me of me when I was a kid and I found Empire Strikes Back boring and Star Trek boring. But as an adult, Empire's awesome and Deep Space Nine is the best Trek. It's just he doesn't like people talking in the room. He probably wouldn't like Game of Thrones then because that's what it is. But no, I would like to talk to him because but. I'm just letting you know, like, the politics of it. If we talk to one guy, the other guy, it's like a Mass Effect RPG quest. You talk to one person, you can't talk to that guy.
I don't know. I think that I think of the person we were looking also maybe would have more knowledge than Theory. Theory seems to be Theory. I think I don't know. Whatever. Do what you think is best. We need a Star Wars expert with a Star Wars channel. I mean, besides us.
How about Lord of the Rings guy? Huh? Lord of the Rings, no. All right, I'll see what I can do. Sorry for busting in on you, Alex. But yeah, I'll see what I can do.
Alex has been on for hours. He's probably exhausted at this point. I know how I am after.
You tackling like American presidents in Gaza, it gives me plenty of time to rest and just mute and take a step back and rest.
Will you bring the Knights King, Sweet Robin, and Chad Summerchild back in the near future? I miss those guys. With John Dany being twins work thematically. I mean, obviously the guys will be back for House of the Dragon season 2. I don't know if I have any place for them right now. They're great, but they are a lot of hard work, and like as dumb and horrible as the jokes are, and people are like, oh my god, that those videos aren't funny. It still takes a long time to like come up with those bad jokes, like, and to put them out every week, like House of the Dragon watch and Game of Thrones watch are fucking exhausting. It's like,
I will say, just like I personally, I do enjoy those three, but the weakliness of it was impressive, and fabricating a plot as it went on. I think the only hiccup I can remember of that is with that character in House of the Dragon that you kept setting up would get beheaded.
Right, and then he did get beheaded.
And then he got hanged instead. That, I think, is the only hiccup, which is impressive when I think you've done about 4 seasons worth of essentially improv plot when the thing you were improving was already pretty unpredictable and weird.
It's a very different life. Like during the 10 weeks of Game of Thrones season, it's a very different life for like me and Carmine, because it's just like the show comes out and it's just like, okay, got to start doing screenshots, got to start doing scripts, got to start like putting it all together. It's just everything revolves around it, like that moment, and then once it's over, you're like, oh my gosh, thank goodness.
God, can you imagine what you'll be like when/if The Winds of Winter by George R. R. Martin comes out? Like,
oh yeah,
what will that 24 hours look like?
I think it would essentially be like me live streaming like while reading, like me reading the book and live streaming and people like joining for
that
like,
sounds amazing.
yeah, like
Yeah, because I think mm,
so it'd be like, I mean, you think about it, it's like 75 chapters, and like how much would a live stream get through? Would it get through like half a chapter like in a live stream? And so, and talking about it, and so like you're talking like, even if I did like 2 a week, which I like, it would last like years, you know, to get through it.
yeah.
So
Because Alt Swift X does like Game of Thrones abridged, and he's slowly working his way through the series. I think he's on A Clash of Kings, possibly Storm of Swords.
yeah,
But he earlier, I remember him saying that if The Winds of Winter came out, he would just start a live stream and just do the abridged series more or less nonstop to try and catch up
yeah,
to The Winds of Winter, and like that's how he would spend the intervening time until it can get properly analyzed. Just seeing the different creators react in a scramble of "It's here! Oh my god,
it's here! I've got to immediately like, first of all, for like a day, all of us would be like offline, like just reading it, right? Like just like getting through it, like in an entire day, like reading this huge, enormous book. Which is funny because I remember when I was in what year did when I was in college, one of the Harry Potter books came out, and I remember
2005?
like, yeah, I
Well,
want
no,
to
you in
say,
college.
I think it was Azkaban, or maybe it was
Okay.
either Prisoner of Azkaban, or I talked to her, maybe it was a year later and Goblet of Fire came out. It was probably Goblet of Fire or something. But I remember calling her, and she's like, and she just was like, she had bought the book earlier in the day, and she had just spent the entire day like reading the book, and nonstop, like from like cover to cover. And she's just like, yeah, it took me this amount of hours, but like, yeah, I did it. Man, she was just like, it was incredible. It was like the most incredible experience. Like she was just like frozen reading a book for a day. But yeah. Would John and Dany work thematically? I guess I mean, you could probably make it work if they were twins thematically. More
There are a
Jaime.
great deal of twins in the series, aside from Jaime and Cersei being the big ones. Like it's tough to draw parallels to other notable twins aside from Cersei and Jaime. Like there's Horus and Hobber, I guess.
Drinkwater twins. Drinkwater twins.
Oh yeah, the big movers and shakers of Dorne.
And Eric and at the wall. There's 2 guys from Fair Isle. Eric and are they Eric and Auric? But besides Eric and
they're
Auric,
the Kingsguard definitely during the Dance of the Dragons.
yeah,
I guess twins fighting each other as a tragic image would work.
That always seems to be the case. Like even the red wine twins are set up for conflict.
Yeah,
just in the feudal structure of like somebody has to be lord. Right and left as well. I forgot about them. There's a lot of them. A lot of them.
Well, yeah, there's a lot of twins, but like in terms of significant twins, I don't think any of those hold a candle to Cersei and Jaime, aside from in terms of plot, maybe horror and slobber because of the succession crisis they could cause. But yeah.
But yeah, I mean, back to the twincest, I suppose.
Yep.
Aegon V started the fire at Summerhall as he dreamed of an egg bringing back dragons. He believed he was the egg, but it was in fact Dany's bald head. What's kind of funny is that there is a roundabout way that this all connects, because you're right that like Dany becomes like egg in the Dothraki Sea, and that she makes and that she's bald and she tries to make herself a hat and all of that. like recalling back. I forget if at any time like people actually like thought of. I mean, he thought of himself as Egg. I'm actually like, did Egg ever himself think of himself his head looking like an egg? Did anyone ever think of his head looking like an egg? That's a I don't know.
I
But
think the
it's kind of
closest we get is not like a dragon hatched that day, just not the one he thought. Is that not the closest comparison we get to Egg being an egg in the Mystery Night? I think it is with the Blackfire Rebellion.
yeah.
Like Bloodraven explaining the vision of an egg hatched, and it was just a different one.
Yeah, no, you're right. But he does. I mean, they do describe his head as bald and shiny, bald and shiny. Like he doesn't even let it go like prickly, in the story.
Diligent.
It's hard. It's hard not
Like
to
Varys.
think about it. I mean, you're right. From a reader's perspective, it's hard not to think about his head as being an egg in and of itself. But it was the first time I'd never thought of like Dany's head being an egg in and of itself. But there's that connection of this bald woman hatching dragons. Well, I mean, I guess Aegon the Fifth wasn't bald Summerhall, but bald earlier on.
But yeah, when Dany is still bald is when she gets to Karth, and she then gets that crown from the Tourmaline Brotherhood, which is 3 dragons emerging from her head, because it's these 3 dragon necks coming out of her head.
Oh, you're right. Yeah.
Dany, secret fourth dragon egg.
But how long does she like wander in the Red Waste? Does she already have prickles, and everything by the time she gets to Karth? I mean, her hair grows unusually fast.
Yeah, it's whatever the answer is, it's wrong. Like, if it shouldn't be like that. Her and Sweet Robin and hair length in general is not George's
she has long
strong
hair again by the time she's ruling Marine, which is ridiculous. She should still just have short hair. Like it should be like a pixie cut at that, like at most at that point. Rob's not dead. The Frey, but a wolf head, but someone else's body to cover up the escape. This is a theory that appeared around because the wolf head on the body, like a direwolf's head, should be fucking enormous, and so it doesn't really make sense to like sew a wolf head onto a body like that. So, and it does seem that like I think this is one of those mystery box things because there's a lot of like characters that disappear in case he brings them back. But you're like, when are you going to bring them back? Like the Knight of Seashells, like disappearing.
Yeah, I was going to say Jeyne's brother. Is
so like, did George leave an open for Grey Worm to not be dead? Absolutely, he did. Is he going to take it? Probably not. But like, the wolf got out, and then, they could have just not killed it, and Rob died and went inside Grey Worm. Went inside Grey Worm.
Yeah.
Grey Wind.
Grey Worm at the Red Wedding. That would have changed things.
So there's the new Marvels movies coming out, and the plot of it is like they like swap places whenever they kind of use their powers. So like all of a sudden, like even though they're very far away, like Ms. Marvel will swap spots with Captain Marvel. You could imagine these same kind of swaps in Ice and Fire. All of a sudden, like Grey Worm is at the Red Wedding in Grey Wind's place. Grey Worm and Grey Wind just swapping places.
But like Grey Wind's body being missing is a kind of interesting idea because it means that a direwolf pelt is unaccounted for. But Grey Wind being alive and unaccounted for is arguably, like, weirdly for me, less interesting because we already have Nymeria. Nymeria is a rogue direwolf that's going around still, quote unquote, loyal to the Starks, causing problems. Grey Wind would be another one, maybe with Rob in him, but yeah. Meh.
The only way I thought it would be somewhat interesting, it was that if you look at where, and this is just by chance, but if you look at like where the direwolves are, on the map, it's a line. So you've got Summer north of the wall. You draw a straight line back down south. It hits Ghost at Castle Black. You draw a line south. It hits Grey Wind at the Twins. And you draw a line south, and it hits Nymeria, probably near, Bracken, Blackwood lands or whatever.
And then you curve back up to get Skagos.
Oh yeah, I guess you're right. Skagos is not in line.
Sorry.
Fuck. Never mind. I guess I forgot about Rickon.
Everybody forgets about Rickon, except old Wyman, old Wily Wyman.
Okay, if Rickon is brought back to Winterfell by the time for the Battle of Fire, then it's a line of the whole Castle Black, Winterfell, Twins, Riverlands, and it draws, and it's a line that goes straight to the God's Eye. So it's in this like
that's fun, but with Rickon being brought back, I think something that's said in that Davos chapter is the direwolf will prove the boy. Like we need to have the direwolf because that will prove it's Rickon. If they could get Grey Wind's pelt, they could, with that reasoning, pass anyone off as Rickon. If they could find Grey Wind's pelt, because people won't know, oh, Grey Wind looks like this and Shaggy Dog looks like that. I don't care. Like, how do you know that? He's a boy who's the right age and he's got a direwolf pelt because his direwolf died, but it was with him. That's how we have the pelt. This is Rickon, and it's actually like Podrick or something. No, not Podrick, but it's anyone who's roughly that age.
Yeah, and it's Wex. it's whoever. It doesn't matter.
It's Wex.
But you're right that like any pelt, like why do you have you didn't bring back the live direwolf? No, that direwolf was dangerous. We killed that fucking thing. But here's its pelt. That is a direwolf pelt. I guess so. To use Grey Worm's pelt. By the way, whatever happened to Lady?
Lady was she was brought north. Asterisk.
Oh, that's right. She was buried.
Apparently,
she was buried in the crypts, wasn't she?
Yeah. But in the show, Rickon is brought back, and this is almost certainly a CGI budget thing, but Rickon is brought back and presented to Ramsay with Shaggy Dog's pelt, not actually Shaggy Dog. So
I thought they had that could be the horrible looking head that they threw down on the ground.
And but
all the fans were like, "That head's too small."
Yeah. Again, always the head size. But yeah, it's an interesting idea if maybe the brother without banners, or at the very least, it could be a fun conversation for a POV to overhear, perhaps to foreshadow Aegon Blackfire or Dany Dragonseed, is when Rickon is heard to have returned with a direwolf pelt. It could be like, but that could just be any feigned boy with a direwolf pelt. Like no one knows where the Wolf King's direwolf went. Like something like that.
Right. I mean, in a sense, it's almost like the Hound in the sense that like it's not. And keep in mind that like the Hound was mistaken for Grey Wind.
Werewolf, yeah.
At the Red Wedding, but it's like the same sense that even though Sandor is gone, the legend of the Hound continues on. Even if Grey Wind is in fact dead, the legend of the direwolf being alive, causing trouble. In fact, I'm surprised that when everyone starts talking about Nymeria, that the rumor of it being Grey Wind isn't going around. It should be.
I feel like the fact that they put a wolf on Rob's head has spread around, and the small folk therefore think, okay, whatever the Wolf King's wolf was called, it's dead. And so this must be something else. So because people are believing that thing that we don't actually believe to be true, they're not making a connection that isn't actually true, which is good.
But one would think that like, oh my God, like there's a direwolf in the Riverlands killing people, and like like there was a direwolf at the Twins. No, we're not going to make that connection. It's like somebody in fact, they for some reason know Numeria's sex, which is, I don't know how, but
do they reference a she-wolf?
I think they've been calling it a she-wolf.
I just know that people are referencing howling and like wolf attacks. Maybe.
But
I'm trying to think what the reasoning for that could be.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how they'd figure it out. When the thing was
very dedicated.
When the thing was mauling us, we didn't see any dick. So
yeah.
You're on early. Did winds drop or something? No, I'm doing my Euro. Every once in a while, I do the Euro friendly streams. So
it's like the red comet. Comes once in a very great while, but it portends great things.
Let's see here. Thoughts on the Malazan series by Erickson? I think I'm asked about this like every third stream or something. Unfortunately, I haven't read it, but the fact that like I get asked about it so much, people must fucking love it, which is maybe I should go around to reading them. Is it over? Is Crippled God the last one? 10th and final volume. It's impressive. Man, this guy was consistent. This dude wrote his books 99, 2000, 2001, 2002, 2004, 2006, 2007, 2008, 2009, 2011. Like either 1 or 2 years between each of his books. Done. 10 books. What a fucking champ. What a champ. Gotta respect that. Gotta respect the coincidences.
I was wondering, I don't know how much time you necessarily have left, but going back to the Quentyn Theon parallel, do you remember much of what I said about the 6 spear wives and their really weirdly close parallel with the windblown? Because it's so unimportant, but it's also one of the closest parallels that I could find, like a consistent one. And just the weirdness of the spear wives and how they're described.
It is interesting that no, but I mean you'll have to remind all the connections. But it is interesting that so much time is spent filling out the personalities of each of the spear wives, and so much time is spent filling out the personalities of the windblown. Because it's not like we know nothing about, like, Dany has been with the Second Sons for 2 books, and like the Second Son, like who do we know in the Second Sons? Like
or like the Stormcrows. Like I think the Stormcrows got more characterization in that Barristan the Winds of Winter chapter than they have like beforehand.
We know the names of 2 dudes, like the Widower and Jokin, and that's it. Like what do we we don't know this. The Second Sons, we just when Tyrion arrives and starts integrating, we start learning about like ink pots and stuff like that. But like the fact that we know more about the windblown and all of these different people. So who are the ones that correspond?
Well, it's kind of the wildlings with the windblown of like Mance Rayder and the Tattered Prince. I think have so many parallels that it's up there with Theon and Quentyn in how closely they are, of like unifiers of like rogue royals who are turncloaks who have unified all these different people after traveling from camp to camp. And then I think I tied like the old poet, the warrior poet Denzo Dan with Tormund Giantsbane, or like the Mead King of Ruddy Hall, and then a fearsome a fearsome brute with a signature weapon of a strange material is Steer of the Thens with his Weirwood spear versus Kago Corpse Killer with his Valyrian steel Arak, and like Dothraki and Then being paired. And the 6 windblown that Quentyn meets in the dragon, not in the dragon pit, but like underneath the pyramid, they are all in uniform except for Pretty Meris. So they all look the same except for her, who looks like Pretty Meris. Suffice to say, not very attractive and quite dangerous looking. And then you compare that with the 6 Spearwives, who are first introduced to us in a Jon chapter where Mance gives his specifications as young and pretty because he has a scheme in mind. And then we meet them, and they're not all the same age. Some of them are young, like Holly, who I think pairs.
I think
best
one
with Pretty
of
Meris.
them, Theon, is like would bang.
Yeah, she's comely enough.
Yeah, comely enough.
But like it's Holly Squirrel, but then some of them are like, I think it's Willow Witch Eye, which I think she means got like a milky eye or something.
Yeah.
Like it doesn't sound good. And there's another one who is quite annoyingly constantly called fat by Theon in a whole bunch of different ways. But suffice to say, for that reason, is not deemed attractive by him. And I think like because Mance is thought to be their like father to some of them, husband to one of them, like brother to another, and the son of one of them. Like they're his mother, sister, wife, and children. So they must be a range of ages. So they're not all young and attractive. And like, so yeah, we're told they will all look one way, and then when we actually see them, they all look different, as opposed to the Windblown, who are all in uniform except for Pretty Meris, who I parallel with, I'm pretty sure her name is Holly, who is actually young and attractive and is what we were expecting her to look like.
Oh, I see what you're saying now. That Holly's the only one that's in uniform. That's described how she's supposed to be described.
Yeah. And she is also the most like violent and bloodthirsty. She's the one who like draws the dagger, and she's the one who like kisses a guy and then stabs him in his throat. And is like using her sexuality. She is the most sexual one, whereas Pretty Meris is the least sexual creature because she's had her breasts cut off. She's apparently been raped 100 times by, admittedly, a different company, which I'm glad George put in there. But yeah, like this like stark contrast in sexuality.
A lot of people ask why Maris, like, what's the significance of Maris not being in uniform? You know, it is really random and odd that everybody dresses up in their Brazen Beast costumes, except for Pretty Maris, and everybody's just like, well, she's not in costume, like we're just still gonna do it. Then what the fuck are the rest of us doing here?
Yeah, the only thing I can think of is it is bowing to the practicality of this parallel. Like that's literally all I can think of, which isn't a good reason. Like there should be an in-universe reason, but it does. The fact that she isn't, I had to find meaning for, and then I found Holly and how that kind of the appearance and the expectation and everything looking the same except for one outlier. But also the crossbow, with the joint, the parallel heists of stealing the daughter of Ned Stark or the child of Daenerys in the Dragon. Crossbows and bindings are very important. Of the rope is forgotten about by the Spearwives, and that like causes the whole plan to go awry. And when they're trying to get the dragons, I think Kago or Pretty Meris is like yelling for chains, get the chains, and a Brazen Beast crossbow bolt is fired at the dragon, and that angers them, ruining the plan. And when they're fleeing Winterfell, a crossbow bolt pierces one of the last Spearwives, ruining like any chance she has of escaping, and like the significance of a crossbow bolt being fired or being fired into someone as the crisis point of this plan. It's just so it goes back to being so closely paralleled, just for the Spearwives. Which also, I do wonder if that means if the Spearwives are behind most of the murders in Winterfell, whether the Windblown are behind the murders that are going on, like the revitalized Sons of the Harpy murders, the ones that have a slightly different modus operandi, whether the Windblown have been hired to do those killings inside Marine in anticipation of like the war about to resume.
It's almost too bad because you're right that there's so many of these little parallels in the idea that you're right that this is a mission of a theft. You know, we're stealing this person or this dragon, and these two missions are happening at the same time with this small band of characters. It is almost too bad that there's such a distance in the book between Dragon Tamer and Theon. Like, yeah, I think Theon, I'm looking at the list here. Theon is the 51st chapter, and Kingbreak and Dragon Tamer is the 68th chapter. And it's like, if only, like, it would be more obvious parallels,
right. But that I think would make it too blunt.
Maybe.
And we do think Dany 7 and 8 filling that gap, which is the other side of the Quentyn narrative. And like I still found stuff in Dany 7 and 8 to quote, because that's when Quentyn notices that Drogon is missing and Dany says, don't worry about it, in the very similar way to like a missing weapon that's culturally significant to the Princess of Fire is missing, in the same way that a cultural relic of like significant to the Stark heritage is missing from Winterfell. Like that's not in a Quentyn chapter, but it still ties in to the Theon parallel. There's what was the thing? The Tattered Prince and Mance Rayder is something that I've not seen talked about too much. I don't know if it is a very commonly discussed thing, but I'm just really surprised at these two being so similar.
Considering how often people like make the
Mance
Rayder is comments like this is. I mean, obviously this is thematic, but you're right that you have this like leader, this older leader with gray hair. I mean, that is able to who is in disguise so often, right? Like is able to just slip off his cloak and be in disguise and become Mance. Mance, of course, when Jon first meets him, he's in disguise, even though he's right there, but he's disguising himself as not the king by just saying.
And he gives this whole speech about like the Tattered Prince is very associated, obviously, with his tattered cloak. And one of the first stories we're told about Mance is his kind of his Joker moment, his moment where he left the Night's Watch was the red silk being sewn into his tattered cloak, and how that wasn't allowed because it was individualism. So like both of them have at the foundation of their identity a tattered cloak and the symbolism of that, which they can take off to just blend in with the crowd. And like how Mance Rayder blended in during, well, either the feast at Winterfell in the first book or the wedding in the fifth. Yeah. And the Tattered Prince was able to infiltrate Meereen and saw, what's his name? Yagaz, the commander, the supreme commander, that like feast that turned into a disaster. He watched him die. He says that like this is old news. I watched the man die. So he was able to infiltrate it, even though in that chapter it specifically said that the Tattered Prince is not there. Like he's believed to be absent, but he nonetheless saw it. So he's blending in just like Mance does. It's really weird. And it makes you wonder what their motivations are, whether their motivations are paralleled as well. But then you need to know what their motivations are, of course.
Well, I mean, I think it's I mean, I think the simple answer is just power, right? That one wants to rule Pentos and the other wants to rule Winterfell or South of the Wall.
They both want a place to call their own.
Yeah.
And what they're willing to do to get it. Because if Mance's real goal was the checking the crypts of Winterfell, which I do believe, for whatever reason, I think he wanted the crypts of Winterfell.
Right, whether he wanted to hide down there or
find the Horn of Winter or whatever.
Down, you know, Rhaegar's harp or whatever people believe.
Rhaegar's harp, of course. But like the Windblown sought out, or didn't seek out Quentyn, but like used Quentyn because of his knowledge of the the labyrinth beneath the pyramid. So I do wonder if the Windblown wanted something under there that wasn't dragons, or if it was dragons, whether they wanted to like kill them where Quentyn wanted to take them away, or have some kind of ulterior motive.
Yeah.
Which could parallel Mance's ulterior motive of, I don't actually want to help rescue Arya. I have my own reasons for doing this.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. Now you're making me think, like, what else would be interesting besides dragons in the pit of the pyramid? You know, what else could be down there? But I mean, yes, they have the ulterior motives in trying to kill the dragons, but yeah, it'd be something.
Yeah, it's there's no one's chamber, like sleeping quarters that are down there. Is it like in the heart of the pyramid? Is that not? I guess that's too high. The heart is too high up the pyramid to be connected to the labyrinth. Maybe Resnack's.
Yeah, they never explain like what the labyrinth is for. Like why is there this confusing like directions? I mean, are they storerooms? Are they, are they actually people's chambers? Like why is it a labyrinth? But I don't know.
Yeah, but that's the other four closest parallels I could find were Theon and Quentyn, Tattered Prince and Mance Rayder as like the royal rogues, the turncloak princes, and the 6 Spearwives versus the 6 Windblown, of just weirdly close parallels, like beyond just themes. Although Ramsay as a Blood Rider was fun to hear. Did you see this in the notes I sent you of Ramsay as a Blood Rider?
I'm sorry.
It's like a parallel to Dothraki. He has a red horse named Blood, so he's a Blood Rider.
Oh my god!
Just like Khal Drogo's red horse, and the red horse Barbary Dustin's father gave her husband before he went down to the Tower of Joy. They all 3 men rode red stallions.
Therefore, Blood Riders.
Yeah, but because like parallels with Barbary Dustin and Daenerys, and Daenerys with Jane Poole were also fun to discover. Like not nearly as close, but still fun to see. Yeah, I want to say it's a mess, but that's just because I haven't fully thought it through yet. It's a tapestry.
Well, for a lot of these things, like, when obviously like some stuff are going to be George planned it out for some very big thematic reason. Some stuff is like, obviously like we readers perhaps imagine it in, and then there's stuff like George just makes a connection for no fucking reason, which I the one I complain about is like Penny. Like there's a scene where she's crying and she has pale hair, she has pale face, and she has like red eyes, and it's like, oh, so George is making like a Weirwood connection. But what does that fucking mean? It means nothing. Yeah. He's just making a fucking Weirwood connection. Kind of like we were talking earlier about this, like the one-eyed people. Like, why does he have these like one-eyed people that are all very similar? I mean, in some ways, there's like a very clear thematic connection, like with Beric Dondarrion and like Bloodraven. But then other times, it's just a dude with a fucking one eye. Like
one thing I'm being very careful to do in that script I'm putting together is a null hypothesis of basically here's what I mean when I say I'm drawing a connection. Here's what I don't mean. And the example I'm using for the one-eyed people is Aemond, like one eye, like in the Dance of the Dragons. I'm not going to claim he is in any way connected to the cannibal cults or Beric Dondarrion or Bloodraven. He's just a cool guy with one eye. That's it. And that's fine. Sometimes people just have one eye. That's my null hypothesis of they're not all connected, because it's important not to get carried away with theorizing like this. But I think the thing that I was most interested in with the Daenerys parallels sounds really small and stupid, but I can't get my mind off it. It's the color of the dress. It's at Jeyne's wedding. She's given a white grey cloak with mother of pearl linings. And that parallels not just Daenerys's wedding, and specifically said to not be suitable for the cold. Like, she's going to be cold because it's not enough in the snow. That's the three descriptions we get. White silver because of the Starks, mother of pearl lining, and it's not appropriate for the weather. In Dany's wedding to Hisdar, her tokar is purple to complement her eyes, has mother of pearl lining, and is too restrictive and hot given the weather.
Yes.
And way back in Daenerys 1, A Game of Thrones, the first conversation Daenerys has is about a purple dress that Illyrio has given her to bring out her eyes and to show how Valyrian she is. And in the Jeyne Poole wedding scene, Theon is aware that the dress is silver and white because it doesn't match Jeyne Poole's eyes.
Right.
She has brown eyes.
Yeah. If it were Arya,
so,
they would be bringing out her eyes, but they're not.
Yeah. And so in Jeyne Poole's marriage to Ramsay parallels both the Hisdar marriage and the Drogo marriage of Daenerys's eyes demonstrate her heritage, and people have been trying to accentuate that, whereas Jeyne Poole, an impersonator, doesn't quite match and could be spotted, which could be foreshadowing that Daenerys is an imposter, but one that blends in better, like one who has had the care and thought put into her disguise.
Right. Yes.
She passes more easily than Jeyne does.
Clearly, Illyrio is trying to sell that aspect of her to Drogo. Yes.
I think that's explicit in the text. It's like it will bring out your Valyrian features, but it's the same attempt is made with Jeyne Poole, but because unlike Illyrio's plan, it hasn't had a lifetime of planning, it doesn't pay off as much. But I can't help think that it's foreshadowing of Dany being, in some ways, not Daenerys Targaryen.
Right, because it's being paralleled to a literal imposter, someone that we know is
a literal imposter.
Yeah,
twice. Paralleled, like two different weddings of hers are paralleled to this literal imposter's fake wedding thing. It's, mother of pearl, weather inappropriate, bringing out the eyes. Not to mention, like, Drogo paralleling Ramsay as being this big, horrible, hulking guy who rides a red stallion, or Ramsay being, more tenuously, I'll admit, paralleled with Hisdar as this person she doesn't really love, and who is, like, his servants are torturing people and all this horrible stuff that she is hearing about him, and that makes her not want to love him, but she must do it anyway for political reasons, like Hisdar Drogo in Ramsay in that wedding scene. It's weird.
All right, let me try to get through more of this mountain of
super chats. Sorry,
super chats. I'm sorry. I feel guilty just about how behind I can get here. If you were sent in the story in A Game of Thrones, what would you do? Like if I were there, I'd probably try to just leave to Essos, and live in Bravos or something. I'm not quite sure what's asked here, but
the thing is, like, if you found yourself in the plot of A Game of Thrones, what would you try and do?
I would try to escape. I would just try to escape to the free cities. I would not want to stay in. I would not want to stay in Westeros. That place sucks. It's just there's no hope unless you're a lord. You're not gonna have a very good life. So what's the word on the streets about Parmesan Crane of the Rainbow Guard? Do I call him Parmesan? Parmesan. The crane in the Rainbow Guard.
I think he's still in Highgarden. Last we heard.
Parman Crane. Right? Yes, Parman Crane. Okay. Parman Crane, part of Renly Baratheon's army, part of the Rainbow Guard. Upon seeing Renly's corpse, Loras Tyrell, only Parman gets away. And then he defects to Stannis Baratheon, and Parman and Aaron Florent are sent to retrieve Renly's foot soldiers encamped at Britain Bridge, and then Parman is imprisoned at Highgarden after being captured by Loras. Well, I guess he's just in jail. Though he does feel like he needs to come back at some point, right? This purple, the whole Rainbow Guard, right? It seems like,
yeah, like if Brienne is going around ticking off her list of would-be rapists, there is the complete set of the Rainbow Guard could also do with completion.
Yeah,
not necessarily death, just resolution.
Right. But there's something about like I mean, George is like overly obsessed with these sorts of things, like the fact that we need to like had like the Brave Companions not appeared again after a Storm of Swords, no one would have cared. Like it would have, those are just some maniacs, and now they're gone. But then the fact that they came back in the Brienne story, we're like, oh well, I guess he is checking off every single one, just like he's checking off every single one of the Mountains Men too. Unlike got every single one of them's got to get killed. And it's the same with these. Like I feel like the same thing's going to happen with like the Rainbow Guard and the King's Guard and things like this. Like every single member of a group must be checked off as some sort of weird completionist sense. So he's got to get it. He's got to come back. But yeah, just be on a Highgarden. Jeor Mormont began the slave trade at the Wall. That's why he went there. George has continued the family business. Slavery's coming back. Sorry for the writing. I mean, I think Jeor specifically talks about his son kind of dishonoring the house. And so if it were about slavery and he were actually involved, I don't think he would have spoken that way about it. But nonetheless, fun to think about. But Jorah and the Wall is a funny idea. I have a really cool idea on what I want to do with Jorah, because Gilly heard Jeor's last words, and so I want Gilly to eventually meet Jorah and deliver those last words to Jorah, and then kind of and Jorah will then we will think that Jorah is going to the Wall, but he may not go to the Wall. But there's going to be a fun little. I think there's going to be a fun little bait and switch. I'm spoiling it all for anybody watching now, but I think there's going to be I've got a very fun idea with what's going to happen to Jorah. If souls are existing in the Weirwood via glucose and starch, does that explain time traveling Brad's possible revival? Was he in the Weirwood paste? Did Brad eat paste of time traveling Bran? Well, no, I think time traveling Bran, like, there's only one physical Bran. Everybody else is the consciousness time travel, which is just very George. That there's time traveling Bran is not a physical thing. It's some sort of strange ethereal idea of consciousness. Did you reread ASL-FM with food in mind, like the film The Thing? Rob and Leah are both clandestinely fed the stuff, most like they all are. I haven't seen The Thing in a long time. Did they accidentally eat a bunch of food? They were fed something? Um, and a song for Leah? Huh. I don't remember
I
that.
feel like there is a significant dinner scene in A Song for Leah where they go out for dinner with that
Yeah.
the governor supervisor guy and his girlfriend.
I mean that's a very interesting idea. If they're secretly if Rob and Leah were secretly fed something at a dinner, that's a crazy that's a crazy kind of notion. I think it kind of goes against thematically what it's about, but like the like I think the idea is that Leah really did what hurts so much about A Song for Leah, like and the heartbreaking aspect of the story is that so Rob and Leah are um are telepaths and they're in love and they think they actually have an even stronger love than say anybody else because they can actually read each other's minds, so they know everything about each other and they're in love. Well, the rest of us, when we're not telepaths, there's still things we keep from each other, even people you're in love with. You don't want them to see your worst self, you know so if so like it's like say you like to eat cereal on the toilet and you fall in love with somebody, you're gonna hide the fact that you eat cereal on the toilet or whatever. But if you're a telepath, you can't hide anything. And so they're so fucking in love with each other, and then she still leaves him for the Grishka. And if she's tricked, it kind of takes away from the brutality of the story that this was her like full flown, like full fledged agency. She leaves him for the Grishka after being legitimately like more than in love with him. So just sometimes you just see crazy stuff. That woman's gonna come. Okay. I don't even remember saying that. Is time travel via Weirwoods tied to dendrochronology? It's a specific part of history still exists in real time via the rings of the weirwood with souls existing in glucose starch field. Um, I don't know dendrochronology.
It's like measuring time with the
Right.
rings. Like I think it's definitely it's an idea that George has taken and like I think extrapolated of like you can track time with trees. Trees have a relationship with time, therefore time travel. Like that's the sci-fi leap at the end, but that's what makes him a sci-fi author.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean he's definitely like taking that. He definitely makes a time travel fantasy leap with sci-fi fantasy leap with time travel. But George admits fully that like there's nothing more fantastical than time travel. Time travel is not really sci-fi; it's really fantasy because it makes no sense. Um, so he kind of like has those little ideas of like the tree is somehow like staked in time and the time is flowing and yet the tree can stay still and stuff that like if you really examine it doesn't make any sense at all, but like it sounds very beautiful at the time. So I like I suspect that if you really examine like George's true beliefs about like the time travel and the trees and the weirwood, that you're not going to find anything that like truly makes sense. But in a in a metaphorical kind of sense, that yeah, there's those connections are being made about like he actually kind of contradicts himself, right? Because like he has like young werewoods that are small and they become old werewoods that are old, and yet he talks about the werewood like sitting firm in like a river of time and things like this. Things that just like when you actually examine the poetry of it, it's not consistent, but it's fine. But um um it's a specific part of history still existing in real time via the rings. That's the thing is I don't know if it's ever going to make sense, but
at the risk of ruining some of the mystique surrounding weirwoods, it could be that weirwoods are just especially conducive. What's the word I'm looking for? Mediums for consciousness time travel because they stay in one place for so long. But hypothetically, you could do it with anything, like how an oak tree can also be a heart tree. It's just that oak trees live less than weirwoods, and you could go through an oak tree into the past, but there's less likelihood that it'll live that long. It won't be as clear of a picture, whatever. Weirwoods are just ideal.
Yeah. Or is this idea like as well, like when Arianne sees the stone faces, that like you can actually do the same thing with stone, and that stone should be even more long lived than wood, right? Even more long lived than the werewoods if you're like super powerful. That it could that there's nothing special about a weirwood. It's just that it's a long lived tree.
Well, I mean, like, because isn't the most common warg a wolf? But there are wargs of other things. It could be a similar thing of weirwoods,
right? It's
are
just that the
especially
wolves were the
conducive to the
easiest.
process.
Yeah, that's all he says in the
they're
end.
ideal.
That
but
they were
not
the
the only.
easiest to use. That was it. That was the only reason they were used. I take it that there is a path for Scotland to leave the UK. Is there any way for American states to leave the USA? What would it take? Could it happen? I
believe secession has been outlawed.
Yeah, secession. I think it's in the Constitution that now I have to. After Supreme Court ruled that unilateral secession is unconstitutional. But if you had a consent of all states that you could have successful succession, Texas versus White. I just couldn't see that ever happening.
It's hypothetically possible, but it requires the consent of the governing body that would never want it to happen, which is pretty much the situation with Scotland as well. Like hypothetically, a referendum could occur, and then independence after that. But the London government would need to approve that referendum, which they won't.
Right. In a sense, the ratio of power between the bodies, I would think would be proportional to the likelihood of like peaceful secession. So like Czechoslovakia had a peaceful split because when you take like Czech Republic and Slovakia, the power ratio and the size and everything is equivalent. The problem with the UK is that England is much more powerful than Scotland, and so like Scotland could make that vote, but what
incentive? Like speaking practically, what incentive does England have to honor it aside from the potential for like public uprising? Which
and if Scotland were, worthless, maybe they'd let him go. But like Scotland's you've got all like your oil fields in the water and stuff, like all that fishing area as well. Like all of the resources of Scotland are just like too much, right?
It's a nettled issue of how much Scotland is actually worth, but I feel like beyond economic incentives, there would be losing face to like how economically valuable as like Catalonia to Spain. But if Spain lost Catalonia, they would be a country that lost a part of itself. And so there's an image issue that needs to be considered alongside economics that just makes it really unappealing to.
And then there's the India. There's the India kind of idea of like, if one domino falls, then all the dominoes fall. Like if Scotland goes, well, then Wales will want to go, and then Northern Ireland too, and
like, I think there was a CGP Grey video back in the first. I think it was Brexit. There was a CPG Grey video about Brexit and the odds he gave of Brexit happening. And if Brexit happened, the odds he gave of Scotland going independent, Wales going independent, Northern Ireland reforming, and I think he gave like 1% odds to London declaring itself an independent city-state, just because it's like self-sufficient of like having a banking industry and that kind of thing. Like really low odds, but just the absolute balkanization of the UK.
Yeah. It's funny that we have that word now and everyone knows what it means. You know, like balkanization, like this idea of like Yugoslavia, which which was so stable. Like it was so like and then all of a sudden wasn't. And now just into what at least 7 pieces. Is he Raisin Bran? LOL. He actually laughed out loud. Last week I like called somebody out by because they used LOL, and I was like, are you actually laughing out loud? In this situation, the person is actually LOLing. Raisin Bran. George hard at work writing a 3rd cookbook. He doesn't even write the cookbooks. That's all Chelsea Castle. It's hyphenated. But it's all she's the one. He just writes out like a 1-page forward. I've never read the 1-page forward either, but but her cookbooks, I mean, she has a bunch of cookbooks, but her Game of Thrones cookbooks were like 12 years apart. But yeah, no. George doesn't write any cookbooks. All right. Let's see here. Oh, now we're back. It's funny, like it's like archaeology here, or like history with like the chat stream. I'm like, oh yes, this was an hour ago. This was an hour ago. I like the idea of the time traveling Bran is trying to escape a time loop expressed literally through spiral rings in a weirwood trunk. Yeah, I think there's definitely like more room for that kind of discussion. I mean, we brought in the weirwood rings in the prologue, and I quite liked the that idea that they actually like looked at the weirwood rings and figured out like the season lengths and stuff like that, and that there was no pattern and stuff. But yeah, you can definitely yeah.
Sorry, that reminds me of in the Cannibal Cults thing I'm working on. I'm looking at House of the Undying as basically a prototype for all the ones that come later on. Of like, you can look at that and think, that is parallel there, that's parallel there. It's like warning signs. And I was wondering whether I could twist the rings of the city of Qarth going in like one after the other as being similar to like the rings of a tree, because they're the black trees outside the House of the Undying, so I've got some kind of connection there. But the more I can find, the better. As like Qarth as this one like receding tree with its walls like rings.
Yeah. Man, the Dany Qarth chapter is going to be interesting because there's a lot of things we need to deal with. I mean, the fact that we're just dealing with like Quaithe, Xaro, and like Qarth by itself, it's just like so many issues here. But like it's but yeah, those rings, the walls of Qarth are just like the biggest like weird mystery, right? The fact that they're backwards, you know?
Well, yeah, and like they've got their history written on them, like dendrochronology of telling time through the rings of a tree. Those walls of Qarth have the history of Qarth written on them.
Right, but everybody's reading them. It seems like everybody's reading them backwards because it seems like the most primitive ones are on the outside, but in fact, they're
like,
probably the latest.
That's
walls.
like with Bran's. Bran's vision of the Weirwood tree, he sees the Weirwood tree getting smaller as he goes backwards in time. So like Qarth is receding, it's regressing. It's a different reason, but it's the same imagery of the rings of a tree getting that you can see history on getting shorter and retreating.
That is true. Oh,
it's weird.
The tree. When we come to that chapter, we're gonna have to make Weirwood tree connections, and the dendrochronology. This word.
Mm-hmm.
I never used it before, and now we're gonna use it constantly today. Bran has a statue because he was Lord of Winterfell for a few seconds, and Lyanna was one because she was Queen Princess for a time. No, unfortunately, Brandon dies before his father. So he was never Lord. I think his dad is burning and he runs forward to try to rescue him and chokes and suffocates to death or whatever. Trying to save his dad from getting burned to death. So Brandon was never Lord. And so we don't know why he and Lyanna have statues. It is just a mystery. Now, there is one other person I think they describe in the crypts that was not a lord that also had a statue. So if you are just really well liked, you can get a statue. So it's just a little weird because like Ned, we don't really get a sense that Ned really liked Brandon. So I don't know if like maybe he did. We just don't know. We get the sense that Brandon was an asshole, and yet he got a statue. So he's revered, just as worthy as Lyanna. So I don't know. I don't know what the reason for it. We've got to come up with a good reason. But I don't know. There's something important in Ned's backstory that he decided to build some freaking statues. You got any ideas, Alex?
I mean, with Lyanna, ghosts are snitches, as we know. Ghosts are snitches, and they need to be kept safe. And Lyanna could know any number of secrets. Brandon, I really cannot think what secret Brandon's ghost could know. And the only thing I can think of is Lyanna's ghost needed to be silenced. And so Ned needed to bury someone in the crypts. He couldn't justify burying Lyanna because of sexism. Like it wouldn't be socially acceptable. And so he essentially piggybacked Lyanna's bones with Brandon's.
Oh, I see. It was more of a logistic reason.
Yeah, but at the same time, like who would care honestly if he buried Lyanna?
Right,
like who
he's
actually
Lord,
would care?
right? Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to be a dick, but like, and I'm not trying to be an asshole to you, Preston, because I know this is money, but like, this next super chat should probably be your last, homie, because I know it's like 2 a.m. for you.
Yes.
And your wife is probably like pissed.
Yeah, sorry, I do ramble.
Yeah, I think we're pretty close. I think we got 2 more, but this one's a big €50. Jesus.
Yeah.
Thank you, the Watcher. I don't know if the food thing was brought up by Carmine yet. I need Preston to show us how he eats pasta after he made fun of us poor Europeans for eating food the right way. So please take my money, Preston, and order some spaghetti on the next stream.
You got to do it. Come on. I told you. We discussed this privately. I told you about this.
All right. I'll see what I can do. I haven't really thought about how I eat noodles. But...
Actually, so this Italian woman hits me up and she goes, you know how we eat it in Italy? We have the spoon and we move the pasta over the spoon and roll it up. You know that, right?
Yeah. Like
is that how you do it, or?
But so to be honest, like, even though there's a proper American etiquette, and I think proper American etiquette is the thing with the spoon, there's also like how lazy Americans actually eat. So like, I went into this whole thing about cutting with the knife and holding with the fork and switching hands. In practice, Americans just cut a massive amount of things with the side of their fork. Americans love to just cut shit with the side of the fork. Even when like
shit, I do that.
Even when the fork can't like actually cut through it, they will mash hard to just cut stuff with the side of the fork because we don't want to fucking bother with the whole like knife thing. So what you'll really see is Americans cutting stuff with the sides of their forks a lot. And so in practice, if I'm eating spaghetti, I'll twirl with my fork and I'll cut with the side of my fork. I'm not bothering with the fucking spoon. But that's more or less like the situation. But yeah, I don't know. For this generous super chat, we'll have to get more into the eating differences of Americans. Apparently during the war, they would try to teach like spies would have to like learn European like table etiquette, stuff like that.
That was a whole plot in Inglourious Bastards, right? That's how he gets found out. He doesn't do the number 3. He doesn't do the German 3. He does the American 3. That's how the SS agent figures him out.
Yes, this is one of my least favorite scenes in Inglourious Bastards. I think it's one of.
Are you serious? Oh my god! What? 3 glasses? Come on, this.
That's surprising.
It's because they would have caught him from his accent immediately. Like I get it. Like it's very interesting that the Germans do this and Americans do this. That's a very interesting difference. That's as interesting as a Royale with cheese. It's exactly the same fucking thing. Like, oh really? They call quarter pounder with cheese a Royale with cheese in France. We all think that's interesting. It's the same fucking thing, right? Oh, in Germany they do this, and in America we do this. Oh, right. But logically speaking, it would never fucking come up. He would be like, they would go into that bar and he'd be like, "You're not German." Boom! Like that would be it. That would be the end. He would hear him talk for a second and he'd be like, "You're not German." Like that would be it. Like
during World War II, I hate to be that guy because I'm ripping on these two assholes for keeping you up, but these two super chatters coming up. But during World War II, wasn't there other members of the German army from other countries? That was the whole thing in Saving Private Ryan. The men surrendering in the opening scene when the 2 Americans shoot them. They weren't Germans. They were from another country. That was like a whole thing. Nick Hodges had a whole video on it. So his German accent could be that he's from another country, but still like auxiliary German soldier. They had a bunch of
and there's other excuses like it was a few more generations back, and so people had more German heritage and things like that. But no, he would definitely like it wouldn't be this and this. He wouldn't be like so confident about this and this that versus like an accent. You'd be more confident about the accent and just be like, no, you're not American. You're not German. Like, come on. You wouldn't sit there and be like, let me tell you this very interesting fact. In France, they call a quarter pounder with cheese a Royale with cheese. Like, I mean, I love Quentin Tarantino, but like sometimes I'm just like, you fucking idiot. That was a horrible fucking scene. And yet everybody ate it up. Everybody fucking ate it up. Because he's a master at like pacing and dialogue. What a stupid scene. All right. Gotta go to bed. Where was this time travel medium was wild. Time is 4th dimension. The tree is alive and stationary in 3 dimensions. Easier for living things to move through 4th dimension because it's stationary in other 3. I think that's what he was getting at with the river and the tree and things like that. River of time,
which would help with any sufficiently stationary object would be conducive to 4th dimensional travel. It's just that weirwoods, unlike other trees, do not die. They just apparently do not die unless actively killed, and so they're the best for it.
Yeah. How you gonna know Rickard was cooked before Brandon's autoerotic asphyxiation himself? I mean, I suppose like everything's hearsay at that point, right? So I guess we don't know. But yeah, I mean, we don't actually know, but it's I don't think anybody thinks um, that Brandon was actually Lord of Winterfell. And finally, and then I've just got to fucking go. I agree with Glidus that aspects of the Weirwood should be left unexplained for thematic reasons, but time travel left unexplained seems deus ex machina. Yeah, I mean, a lot of things. George doesn't really explain everything that much, and so that's he likes things unexplained for whatever reason. So I'm losing steam because it is 2 in the morning. But my best Scottish accent, I don't have a good one. Like, I mean,
neither do I. Like,
my best Scottish accent is like me imitating Shrek. Like that would be my best.
Yep, that's the one.
Yeah, exactly. So it would be pretty bad. Like, donkey, what are you doing, donkey? Like, that's the best.
That's way more Welsh. I'm sorry to other any Welsh people that are here, but to me that sounded a lot more Welsh. But I guess everyone would just want to pass that one to the left of like, oh no, it sounded like you. No, that sounded like you.
Yeah.
But yeah, thank you for having me.
Thank you for sticking with me, Alex. You were on here 4 fucking hours with me. Jesus fucking Christ!
It's always been entertaining.
I hope so. I hope so. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Carmine, for being around for 4 fucking hours too, man. I'll talk to you guys soon. Bye.
Yeah. Bye.